The young man thought thoughtfully. What if he suddenly disappeared and found himself in a completely different world? I wonder where to start a new life on unfamiliar land. He was surrounded by a depressing atmosphere of relentless work. From dawn to late night, he worked without rest, and every day pain in the body and in his heart only intensified. When he got to the eatery and ordered the noodles, he barely got the dish. He immediately began to eat. His thoughts were mixed with a couple that rose from the plate. He could not understand why he lives at all, because he did not even put money for the future. So, exhausted and exhausted, he sits at the station, realizing how difficult he is. Meanwhile, the last train comes quietly on the platform. The people who were waiting for the platform were slowly moving to the train. Yatsuki Shinomiya, meanwhile, plunged into reflections on parallel worlds. What happens? Find himself suddenly in any of them. He thought that he had not viewed any anime for a long time. Imagination immediately drew magic heroines from distant fictional worlds, and now he is near them, the real hero of their adventures. He thought, who would he become? Maybe a traveler or hero. What actions are waiting for him? What kind of business will he choose for himself? Thoughts about work did not give him rest and deprived him of joy. He no longer wanted to get over, working day and night. He dreamed of entertainment, but nothing allowed them to give them really. Breaking away from his dreams, and rather from dreams, he suddenly realized that he had left on the platform himself. Before him was the last train, ready to go on the night. Breaking out of place, he rushed to the train, which seemed patiently waited for him. He had not yet moved. He managed to jump into the wagon at the last moment, and only then did he exhale with relief, realizing that he was almost late. The girl greeted with him. She knew his name and sincerely rejoiced in acquaintance. And the guy, extremely surprised, could not look away from her. When he appeared before him, she was like a real goddess with anime. The girl smiled and informed Yatsuki that he was waiting for a journey to a parallel universe. He thought it was a strange, joking trick, and decisively refused to participate in it. She appealed to him pleading, asking to stop. Suddenly, she clung to her fingers, and under the feet of Yatsuki suddenly fell. He began to fall down rapidly. They decided that we should send it to another world, giving a chance to start everything with a blank sheet. She sought to give him something special before leaving. What would surely be useful in another world. She wanted to teach his useful skills. The cards suddenly broke out before Izuki. He could not believe that he was on the threshold of a new life. They gave him a choice, and assured Yatsuki that it would surely benefit him. The protagonist reflected on the abilities and existence of parallel worlds. He did not leave the question, is it really possible? Shinomomi believed that primitive skills, similar to insect abilities, are unlikely to be useful for him. So he thought about choosing something purely combat, either aimed at the perfect offensive or specialized skills for clashes. At this point, the hero is aware that his previous choice was false. He decides to choose a completely different way. Constructive state that are certificate and certified. Choose this appendience. The goddess tried to conquer her bitch from this card, offering something really useful instead. However, he remained adamant. His choice was conscious and solid. She sought to make sure of his determination, giving the guy the gift of fun, at the same time warned to be careful and sent to the starting city. Sleeping his eyes, Izuki found that he was in a completely different world. Suddenly he felt someone's presence behind his back. There was a huge caterpillar. Without a second, Izuki rushed to the side, while behind the thunder roar of this giant creature. You suspect that the goddess struck him around her finger, feeling that it is not at all what he sought. Uki is uncertainly stumble and falls. But suddenly someone's cry is heard. Lay! And then the deafening roar of this caterpillar. Turning his head, Itsuki noticed a guy with his sword. He looked worried. It seems, worried about whether he had time to come to the rescue. Itsuki became interested. Who is this stranger? In response, the guy wondered if everything is fine with his Isuki himself. Izuki was grateful to Gayato Kayakaki, because he was only worried about his safety. Gayato introduced himself a traveler, comparing himself with Izuki. It turns out that Hayato has also transformed in this world. The girl approached them. She turned to Gayato, asking whom his companion. Here, a little discord, she introduced to her. 4 magic girls stood in front of the boys. It is smiling Itsuki. The girls immediately began to ask Hayato about her. The guy completely plunged into his fantasies. He imagined how those girls made him a harem. Half naked, they surrounded him, gently calling the king. But sweet delusions were cut short. Hayato recalled that it was time to go to the city. Hayato plunged in the story of Japan, and he was swept by light nostalgia. One of the girls asked him about this country, assuming that it was his home. As it turned out, she was not mistaken. Hayato wondered in Suki what unique power God gave him. Suki smiled mysteriously and stated that when he revealed this secret, everyone would be amazed. Here, with the expression of pleasure, he reached out and tried to summon pocket money. And so, in his palm, unexpectedly, the coin was stamped. Everyone was froze with surprise. The dress boasted boldly that every day he receives a certain amount of money depending on his level, and should not work at all. Hayato was a little embarrassed and asked Itsuki that he was planning to do next. On this, Izuki continued to brag about his abilities, assuring that he could earn any amount as soon as he wanted. Everyone was looked at. Only his judgedly talked about the abilities that the goddess awarded the chosen one. While the group was hotly discussing further plans, the city they were heading had already emerged on the horizon. Gayato suggested that he join the guild, and this thought was liked. Then the idea came to do alchemy, and he also approved it. In the meantime, they saw the city approaching the horizon. They were traveling in a cart, harnessed by a horse. Looking back from the cart, they admired the picturesque panorama around. They soon grew up a high stone fence, which hid a huge city. The betrayal guys entered the city under loud exclamations. Coming out of the cart, he left the street here, considering local residents. Suddenly, his attention was attracted by two charming girls who stood out against the general background. He enthusiastically imagined how great it would be to live, having so many charming women around him. Finally, he came to the conclusion, now you can live quietly and enjoy every day, because there is nowhere to hurry. It was at this moment that he felt life really just started in this world. On the uninhabited street near the East Street restaurant, Siki ordered a juicy beef barbecue. Enjoying the juicy kebab, Izuki looked slowly the map that Hayato handed him. He was interested in where the Guild of the Alchemists was located. Thoughts about further adventures were capturing more and more, and Izuki was delighted with the taste of delicate beef. The dish brought him real pleasure. Suddenly, someone grabbed the ocean by the shirt. Looking back, he saw a girl with cat ears. Suki decided that the girl was lost, so she offered her a barbecue, and did not slow down. The girl was distinguished by an unusual appearance. She was barely clothes, and her neck covered a collar. The man ran up to them and called for a guild to stop. He explained to Izuki that it was forbidden to feed her without permission, because she is just a maid. Izuki was discontinuing, and in confusion did not know how to proceed. He did not fit in his head, as such a tiny girl could already be a maid. Is she not too small for this job? The man wondered if he wanted to buy his servant. As it turned out, a stranger was a trader of prohibited goods in the name of Yosus. Sutki suddenly became serious, and sharply raising his voice, stated that he was not at all liked. After his words, the bitch could not even imagine that something like this exists here. The girl looked carefully at him. Izuki distracted the attention of Yoshi, having exclaimed that he saw a huge caterpillar, which of course was not. But the trick worked. The merchant was confused for a moment, and Izuki took advantage of this moment, quickly handing the girl a piece of beef and whispers ordered her to eat immediately. The merchant screamed again, raising the noise, and began to demand that it stopped immediately. The girl took the barbecue briskly, and her companion had already disappeared from her eyes, saying goodbye and waving her hand. In front of Izuki stood a 2-story building, a guild of alchemists. He stopped at the entrance, looking carefully at the majestic structure. Piotto advised here to make a guild card and always have it with him. Remembering these words, he decided to go here. Standing on the threshold, he looked carefully at the room and became convinced that there was someone in the house. Carefully crossing the threshold, he quietly closed the door behind him, and, apologized for his care. In response, he heard not inventing nonsense. Opposite Yutsuki was a sloping woman with her phone in her hands. She was noticeably annoyed by the guy's excessive volume because she heard him well. The woman, without removing the strict expression of her face, wondered what he was looking for in her guild. His hands suddenly trembled. Her cold manner scared the boy so much. Even the fear of snapping in his eyes, and drops of sweat at the head. Gathering with his thoughts, Izuki turned to the woman, declaring his desire to join the guild alchemists. He introduced himself, and added that he got here thanks to Gayato. The dissatisfied woman remembered Hayato, and noted that he did not have to bring a letter of recommendation. She was already aware of Izuki, and heard about his troubles with aristocracy. Quietly, almost whisper, The girl noted that his name begins with a flower. It was embarrassed by Izuki again, amazing him. The woman pulled out the card and stretched it with her tsuki. As he touched her, he immediately felt a hot flame spilled in his palm. When their palms met, flames broke out. Suki shouted scared, noticing the tongues of the fire that escaped from his hand. Suddenly, a card materialized from his palm. It was a guild card. The woman noted that no special trials are provided for him, because he just appeared. For Hitsuki, this news was a surprise. It was not ready for such a turn. He gladly held a card in his hands, for the first time realizing how happy in this world. At this point, the woman delicately reminded him of a registration contribution of 5,000 holes. Yutsuki put his hands on the table, and with genuine passion asked to teach him alchemy. The woman was introduced. Her name was the district year. They looked over, and quickly began to apologize here without ceasing to ask Rinarek to teach him alchemy. She thought that she decided to give up her desire to master the alchemy. The girl noted that such behavior was a hand, and she is not at all liked when people are breaking promises. The craftsman thought and finally recognized that she really has a shaky alchemy. So she decided to hold her first class. Rinrik was walking ahead of the corridor, not hiding interest. She was courty to find out what Izuki is capable of. He was in silence after her. In front of them is a table filled with test tubes, flasks, burners, and a mortar for rubbing the ingredients. The master addressed Izuki with the task of creating a simple potion. The young man began to rub the leaves in a mortar. The mentor noted that without constant training, his rapid magic would have no power. The bitch could not hurt why he was not allowed to use magic. He did not give rest to him. Why to do something at all? And Rinarek insisted on, first you need to master the basics. The master cast on this condescending look, smiled slyly, and advised him not to stop. They say, the more you will train, the better the result will be. Ryan was holding a bottle in her hand, and it was in her example that she could influence the success of the skill. Suk, out of surprise, opened his mouth. In his head began to circulate different assumptions about the contents of this bottle. In Vidum, he asked if it was not a potion, but he never heard the answer. The master undertook to explain. The essence of alchemy lies in 3 bases: department, combination, and thickening. Without learning these principles, the path will be closed. Oki nodded, making it clear that he was clear to him. Reinrich wanted to explain that there was no need to remember that the body is enough. But here the bitch interrupted it, and did not let it agree. He already understood everything. Hucky decided to start with the department, because it is the basis of alchemy. He needed ore material, but was in a hurry, and was well aware of everything. Standing at the table, he tried hard to fulfill his plan. The Rhinoc watched him carefully, not looking. From the tension on the face of Izuki, a sweat came. He prepared the elixir and, full of alarming expectation, hurried to show him Rheinrich. But the craftsman just shook her head. The potion did not work. The woman stretched out the textbook, and he tried hard to understand the material. But the more he stared at the pages, the more his thoughts were confused, and his heart filled despair. Yaki focused, trying to streamline his thoughts, and realized, this is not enough. It is necessary to act more decisively. It was already dark, and he has not yet been detached from a textbook from alchemy, in vain trying to create at least something. In the end, the young man was forced to admit, no strength and inspiration remained. The guy was exhausted to the edge. His breathing hard, he was powerlessly sitting on the floor, unable to move on. Rinuik with a mysterious smile sweeping something interesting. She was surprised that Yatsuki had time to prepare a few wonderful elixirs. The door opened, and a girl appeared on the threshold with a basket. Her name was Right, a helper of the owner who lived in this house. Rainy Year appealed to the Right to prepare something for his bitch, because he was completely exhausted. A bugging a merely meant dish, and noisy, he first did not even pay attention to him. The mentor suggested making a pause. It was necessary to talk. With his mouth stuffed, he looked to the right. There was a cut with 2 cups of tea in her hands. He clumsily shook his head and gave gratitude. His embarrassment was quite obvious. The master calmly dug tea and suggested that he listen carefully until the bitch was eating food. During his training, she suddenly realized something important. Ryan has another swallow. On her face was serious, but in a moment the expression changed. She barely smiled and said that he should not stay in this work at all. Izuki froze with a spoon halfway to his mouth. His mouth involuntarily opened from surprise, and the boss, seeing his facial expression, was surprised and angry. Still, she decided to rent a bed for him so that she could stay here. The only one, Later, Ren will name the cost of accommodation. The guy was surprised because he did not expect to pay for the night. The woman stated that tomorrow she would go to the Guild of Adventure Seekers to sell his potion, because she rolls for their quality. Oki was surprised again. He could not think that his tinctures were worthy to get on the counter. The moon has already risen high in the sky, the stars are shimmering, and the guild still does not subscribe. Suki offered a modest, inexpensive room, because he had almost no money. So he decided to sell his potions. The morning came, and the city gradually came to life. But the streets stirred alarming cries for help. A woman in the despair of the passers-by. She had just stole luggage. She begged the thief, but he deftly lost in the crowd. Panic people looked back on the cries, and suddenly realized that the robbery had happened. Squeezing the knife in his hand, the offender Rashagov rushed the street, with a threatening exclamation, ordered everyone to resist. Otherwise he would deal with those who try to interfere with him without hesitation. But two girls stood in front of him. He has already swung with a knife, shouting that they would go now. But one of them nodded to the other, who was destined to have a variety. But quickly, and almost imperceptibly, squeezed the arms behind her back. The varieties made the thieves in the shoulder without unnecessary effort, and he desperately released a bag. The attacker twisted in pain and burst into breath. The second girl was instantly near the thief, and without hesitation, hit him in his stomach. In response, the man became angry and began to pour on them curses. The girl sharply grabbed his arm and cleverly threw it over her shoulder. The man, suddenly caught, glowed with horror on the ground. The variety was delighted with the girl's work. "Aini, your efforts are really striking," he praised, and the girl exhaled with relief, finally translating her spirit. Ain immediately swore, deciding that she overdone a little, but the variety quickly reassured her, assuring that the thief was still breathing. People have fun with. Everyone recognized these girls. The girls solemnly returned the stolen bag of its owner. The woman was gratefully smiled and sincerely thanked the rescuers. Ryan, Yer, and Azuki froze in the middle of the lane, surprised to exchange views. At the end of the narrow street, a large crowd had already accumulated, and friends thought, what happened there? The craftsman showed the direction in which he could find the Guild of Adventurers, and pointing his hand forward, noted that she could no longer stay. They exchanged farewell words, and left everyone with their way. Hugh was lucky enough to get where you need. Earlier, he did not think that he could do business until he was in this world. The night wrapped a small room that filled a quiet snoring. It was sleeping sweetly here, hugging the pillow firmly. Meanwhile, Ryan, a Yer, and a Hayato spoke cozy on the balcony. Today, the moon seemed to the master in a special sinister, and Kayato recalled that this feeling accompanied him during the appearance in this world. Ryan was holding a mug for a Yer, drinking a drink slowly. She was curious about what Hayato could want in the middle of the night. But the guy did not leave his intention. He kept something in a small purse. Gathering with the spirit, he politely asked for permission to hand over this little gift of Suki. Hayato just sought to help him a little. From kindness and desire to express her gratitude to a good person, the guy carefully put the bag on the table, expecting that the hostess would take it to himself. Instead, she just wondered if he really thought. Dry frozen at the threshold of the guild, with a bag, to be filled with potions made by its own. It seemed to him that it would be most convenient. The thought came in his head. Will he wake up Hayato for that? He also inadvertently mentioned his own shyness. The guy strongly dissolved the door of the guild. In his gaze read confidence, and the impatient glitter gave the desire to get to business immediately. As soon as the threshold was crossed, he found himself in a room where the cramp and the hole prevailed. Every table lived in his life. A quarrel broke out here. There was someone raising a glass. A stick was happening nearby. Dozens of interesting views turned to Uki. People looked at him with misunderstanding and surprise. Against their background, he looked like a white crow among the experienced people. Smiling, he began to greet himself, and drops of shy sweat at his forehead. Suka's face frowned. It did not leave the feeling that this place was just awful. It is barely audible, a little obsessive, he repeated to himself that he was indifferent. However, walking past the tables, he caught surprised and wary glances. Suka was increasingly embarrassing anxious anticipation. People at the neighboring tables whispered with each other, looking at the purse that hung on his belt. Everyone immediately guessed, before them, a representative of the Guild of Love Bells. Here he noticed the girl behind the counter. Her sweet appearance immediately fell into his eye. With a friendly smile, she wondered if she could help. The girl was embarrassed by Izuki with her sweet look. She played her elbows on a rack and ran with cheeks on her palm. The young man began to be confused in words, trying to explain why he came. Finally, he murmured that he wanted to sell the potion, and without finishing the phrase, he reached for his bag. Suki laid out his potions on the counter, filling it with all the space. His purpose was to buy as much ore as possible, so he wondered if it was possible. The people sitting at the tables were talking lively. Seeing the potion, they only became convinced of their assumptions. One of the men snorted, noting that these expensive elixirs are going to sell again. While the negotiations were running behind his back, Izuki felt not in his plate. The voltage in the air was noticeable, and it did not give him confidence. The girl looked carefully and quickly realized, everything that lay in front of her is not the highest test. Behind the backs near each oti, a male voice was heard, who turned to the girl for a rack, fair-haired. Both turned their views on a stranger. The man approached the counter without stopping a lively conversation with the girl, and smiled. He was interested in the best quality potions. Immediately the man waved his hand and easily knocked Yutsuki on his head, asking if he knew something about it. The surprised Yutsuki was so confused that he accidentally pushed his bodies with potions. Vials with ready-made potions flew down one by one, crashing with a loud crack. She, almost in love with the shell, looked thoughtfully at the scattered fragments of glass and kaleidoscope of spilled colorful infusions that spread the floor. The room was filled with loud laughter. He was shouted that he had fully deserved such a fate, because he belongs to the Guild of Love Charms. Here he is not a place at all. No one wants him to sell his potions. He plunged into his own reflections. All these potions which he worked so hard did not give him rest. Fleeting thoughts were mixed with disappointment, because his efforts seemed to be in vain. Why did he end up in the Guild of Love Magic? And what did these weird people mean? He mentioned the words of the master of the Raineric that he created wonderful potions. Inside it was already boiling rage. The man who hid his Suki broke at him again with swearing, annoying. What will he do now? An explosion of laughter came in the hall. He jumped angry and sharply rejected the man's hand. Hardly holding back at once, he returned to him with the threat of challenge to battle. Forda, trembling with fear, raised her hand and gladly asked them to stop. She prayed not to find out the relationship here before everyone. The man appealed to Izuki with a proposal to play. A smug smile on his lips, and he held a saber in his hand. The boy's face broke out. He immediately prepared for battle. His mind was not abandoned by an alarming thought. What is wrong with this bald stranger? He is so sweet. He clenched his cam, getting ready to strike. In his hand, powerful emotions were raging when he broke his elixirs. He sought to throw away all the experiences with this blow. Suddenly, a woman's voice came. Aina appeared between them. With a rapid movement, she repulsed the enemy's sword with her own blade, and stopped her attack with his backpack. Aina was angry. A harsh look, a sharp voice. She was fiercely asked by a man what all these actions were here. The man, along with the others present in the room, did not hide astonishment. His voice suddenly trembled, and he barely stuttering, lowering his sword down. Even Itsuki did not expect this appearance to appear, so he hid his surprise. Suddenly someone grabbed his hand firmly, and the pain pierced his shoulder. It was a variety. She strictly ordered him to remove her hand. Among the crowd gathered around two opponents, there were two charming girls from the purple border. For the first time he heard this name. Suk wondered. He had not heard him before. He recalled that he saw this girl yesterday. Looking closer, the guy realized how beautiful she was. Finally, the guy gathered with his thoughts and decided to clarify the circumstances of the recent incident. He calmly explained that it does not belong to the Love Spell Guild, but in fact is a participant in the Guild of Alchemists. The present in the room frozen in misunderstanding, healing what to do next. Then Izuki pulled out his guild card and demonstrated it to all, and the man in response to a gesture pointed to the bag. The man was surprised to hear the words of Ain. She felt guilt, because the misunderstanding happened because of their fault. They did not want to create unnecessary problems of the alchemical guild. Hucky was now determined. He believed that this was not an unfortunate mistake. In his opinion, the man was guilty of guilty. He did not believe him at first, and then broke the elixirs. Here, the variety struck the table on the table, which was quite surprised by the guy. She was not intended to thank Annie for her help. Anne tried to stop her. The girl approached the bitch and assured that he was not guilty of anything. She decided to compensate for the lost potions and apologized to the fact that she was quite embarrassed by him. A woman appeared at the door, glancing the whole room. All present returned to her instantly. Among them was Ryan the Year, which stood opposite. She demanded that she listen to her. It was angry because of the destruction of their creation. She was not going to leave it unanswered. Izuki was no less surprised by the appearance of the owner. She asked permission to talk to Guildmaster and turned to the man who interested her. He came here to the master and sincerely apologized, recognizing that it was because of him that the potion had been destroyed. On this Rin, he just smiled for a year and assured him that nothing wrong happened. There is nothing to worry about. Rinrik did not condemn him. His anger was directed at those who did it. However, Kuki is convinced that he is responsible. The mentor calmly assured him, "Do not blame yourself." The woman smiled cunningly and winked, saying that he should not tear her hair on himself, but them. Izuki inadvertently noted himself. To pronounce "don't be upset" is much easier than not really to miss. Rainier reported that the Guild of the Alchemists stopped with them cooperation. This statement stunned all those present. The Guildmaster of Adventurers immediately tried to persuade her to change, because no one wanted to buy a potion in the Guild of Love. The man with swords began to justify himself. He realized that he had to see in the face before the attack. Now he was apologizing. Fairy, like everyone around, just tried to apologize. But the mentor remained adamant. She sharply turned to Ain, protecting the student who put the whole soul in the creation of her wires. She was not going to endure such disdain. Now she wanted to hear what further actions should be. Everyone was already sitting like needles covered by anxiety. But Reinerich did not stop, because she had a letter from Hayato. She was convinced that they are well aware of what it means. As soon as the name of the hero junior, everyone around the horror was frozen. Wiki in thought was in surprise. Did it really be the same Hayato, whom she knew? She would never imagine that he was such a well-known figure in these parts. The chairman of the Adventurers Guild and everything was understood. The perpetrators will be punished, and the man promised to pay 1,000,000 norm as compensation for the potion. Rangrick was not sure that she heard right. It seemed to her they were wrong, because the sounded number had only one digit. Already too late, they wondered why the amount they had to pay was so overwhelming. Suki also thought it was too expensive. However, the master stood up for the student, and Hayato remained near Itsuki. She was very tired of all this, and no one could understand her. The Shem tried to stop the mentor, because it was not clear who was a real victim here. And Rinrik, meanwhile, told everyone to silence. The skew turned to the master, hoping that she listened to the words of her student. Here, Ain broke in silence. She asked her to give her a word and listen carefully, because she understood perfectly. It is almost impossible to pay such a large amount. The variety was convinced. Ain is okay to give everything you didn't need. Ian was nervously swallowed, and the variety was concerned. The red-haired girl unexpectedly declared to become a maid to work out the debt. All present did not hide their surprise. Ain unexpectedly asked the district to master herself, which surprised him. Huki did not resist and asked what she was in mind. The man, gathering with his thoughts, turned to Ain. "Why do you take it all if the guilt lies on me?" The girl suddenly became serious and wondered what he was capable of. And the interlocutor warned, "If she becomes a servant, it will disgrace the name of the Guild of Adventurers." Ain did not think so, because people always need a Guild of Adventures, so their reputation will not be significantly affected. Fairy returned to the girl. She did not want to become a maid. It seemed completely unfair. However, I assured her that everything was fine, hugging from her back and promising that everything would be fine with her. Chuk approached Rinarek and asked why she did so, because the situation seemed strange to him. In response, he heard that it was exclusively the decision of the girl himself. The variety exclaimed that she would not agree with it, and Ing tried to reassure her. However, the girl did not quench, and stated that because of the spoiled potions, her girlfriend had to become a maid. Ain again, with passion, assured that she was ready to take on all responsibility. But the variety was strongly denied, because then their common adventures would come to an end. But the girl could stand for herself. And then the cat girl asked, "Who will take care of people when she leaves?" I appealed to the alchemist with a request to show condescension. The Dawn here also intended to ask the wizard for support, but she immediately made it clear that she would not help him. Izuki plunged into reflections, trying in vain to deny everything around, because he sought a carefree, joyful life without worries as a child. First, a huge insect, and now the maid. Now he hesitated. What to do with her? After all, he refuses. I was genuinely surprised and asked why so, and in response I heard, it would only bring a lot of trouble. He explained that he did not consider slavery from this situation. It is because of her now is safe, so she cannot turn her rescuer into a maid. He asks not to worry. If necessary, he will explain in detail, Hayato. Meanwhile, it continues to cook herbs, because he is already assured that everything is under control. I asked him to wait, but Izuki only shrugged, they say. All right. A dispute broke out between us. The girl had no doubt in her strength and could be useful to us. And in addition, he did not want such a beautiful beauty to be a servant. The girl looks at him in a confusion without realizing what she heard. She? Beauty? The variety was barely holding on anger, and it surprised Izuki. And Rinwick, it turns out, considered the candidate of the maid, a girl from a rocky pump. It intrigues. Suka wanted to intervene, but the owner, despite her attempt, continued. Why not bring her to work? Sek has been anguish. But if you want to survive and develop in this place, you need additional strength. However, he wished it. The mentor also realized that she was no longer able to cope with this situation. She realized that she found excessive softness. She pointed to Ain and stated that she would wait for her tomorrow in the morning. She wanted to find out what she was capable of. Ryan turned his ear and went quietly to the door. Zook tried to call her, but she only threw her over her shoulder. Let's go. The rest remained in silence, not dare to speak. The night came. Tired to the edge, Izuki sank to the bed where he was destined to sleep. The day seemed really difficult, and the guy was not sure whether he could stay in this place. Walking a tune, he dropped his head on the pillow. With the onset of the morning, he felt something pressed against his shoulder. His hand was silent, the pleasant incense enveloped. Seeing Ain half boring in his arms, he shouted scared, and in a panic asked what she was doing here. Ain was confused for a moment and didn't know what to say. Recovering, she remembered the words of the district and replied that it was a duty for him. Sorry on the master. Izuki jumped and closed his eyes, asking Ain to dress. However, the girl felt guilty and abandonment, deciding that she had disappointed him. But Izuki immediately denied her words, convincingly making it clear. Sorked, Ain immediately apologized. The head of the variety suddenly shook at the door. She immediately screamed to Ain and, having made a spectacular flip forward, cut the bunch straight into the face, saying that it was her instant punishment. It was a bush with a bloody nose, which asked what she was doing. The variety, without picking words, called it a real beast, and promised that it would not allow Ain to get into his paws. He tried to explain something, but the varieties did not even give him such an opportunity. At this point, Ain asked everyone to calm down. Rinwick, smiling, only noted that his youth was wonderful, and leisurely dumping tea. Izuki Shinomiya plunged into memories. Agata sent him to another world, and in his consciousness, her words were reopened again. Try to do everything possible. He remembered a giant caterpillar, that random mocking scene, and now a girl who seeks to become his maid. There are few people in the room. One of the tables gathered a small company. Ain tells him that after the meal, they visit the merchant Z. In response, the guy asks if she is confident in his decision. Amy looks in a confusion, thinking about how to evaluate her own importance as a maid. Then she turns to her bitch, gently calling his master, and begs to take care of it. Izuki confesses to Na that he does not like what it sounds. The girl is surprised and lost. She asks that he does not like it. A was certain. Izuki reacted so because she turned to him, master. Probably, it sounded impolite. The girl wondered how she could turn to her UKI. She came to mind different options, to call him lord, dear, loved, and maybe in general, my tender. He could not believe that Amy, such a girl, tells him similar. The girl did not stop in her attempts to choose the right appeal to him. Amy confessed that it was too early to choose a special name, but jokingly suggested calling him my valuable. The guy is confused, stating he asks the girl to stop. I watch the situation carefully, clearing my lips. The confused AI native hesitates and finally confesses to her bitch. Her people have a long-standing rule. After the first night, a woman should turn to a man just like that. At this point, the variety is irritated to the fork in a piece of food on a plate. Its indignation is noticeable to the naked eye. It strictly states that there is no need for it. The girl is hot and unwavering to understand. She will not suffer the The boys leave the establishment and walk the street slowly. Isuki turns to the variety. Does she really intend to buy Ain? The girls go nearby, and the variety gently hugs Ain, demonstrating their care and the desire to protect your girlfriend. But, barely holding back emotions, he answers the questions of Yuki loudly, assuring that he will not hesitate to get his girlfriend. Ain looks at the variety and notes that it is impossible to do so, because then her true feelings will not be really clear. This is a sudden interruption of the girl's conversation, and reminds with annoyance that he still needs money. The variety is crazy with anger, and Ina throws a asking look at the guy, silently asking Lee. With sadness in her eyes, Ain turns to her friend and confesses that she is pleased to know. The variety is worried about her. But despite this, she will not move away from her decision. Desperate, Ain hides in a girlfriend's arms. Then the girl firmly supports her where she would not go. At this time, Izuki is confused, not understanding why the variety is so stubborn in their position. Sudden varieties rotate sharply to Izuki, pointing to it with your finger. She persistently states that she will go with her, to make sure that he will not hurt her. The boys are stepping up in city streets. Izuki is interested in Ain whether she still seeks to visit the servant's servant. The girl replies that her decision has not changed, and turns to him, as before. My lord, the bitch was stepping and thinking, why is she constantly calling him? It seemed to him that this girl was quite good, caused sympathy. But despite this, he could not understand what she wants to achieve with her actions. In the hall of the Guild of Adventure, 4 men sit together, immersed in a sluggish conversation. Their faces are guessed in grief. They are approached by a dissatisfied colleague and are interested in what they do. She asks her question because men looked gloomy in the morning. One of the men wanted to say something about Ain, but the words were stuck in his throat. He was overwhelmed by sadness. Fury looks back to her husband and says that he understands his feelings. However, she notes, constantly twisting it in her head is a futile business, because Ina left this place for them. After these words, the girl immediately bored. Tears have fallen in the eyes of Fairy. She asked the man to ask, what can he do for Ain? In his gaze, both sadness and a sudden outbreak of hope were read. And then, the men stood to the girl's side. They agreed that she was right, confessed in their own guilt, and decided that it was time to make an effort. Gathering with thoughts, they rushed to business, because many tasks accumulated on that day. The Master Rainvek is heading to the headquarters of the Aventurist Guild, but suddenly stops and rotates, as if he had attracted her attention. She meets a familiar man. He confesses that he has not gone to the armory long ago. The craftsman is interested in his affairs, and the man assures that he has everything wonderful. The man notes that he had heard about her new student, and asked if it was true. Ryan Year confirms that this is true. In response, the man enthusiastically says it is great and asks if he has that teaching. Izuki's son, along with the girls, finally get to the dreamy place. Izuki with enthusiasm notes that it is really very interesting here. The boys were amazed when they were in front of a gorgeous estate. The majestic 2-story building made an unforgettable impression. It was more like a palace than a regular home. Suzuki tells the girls that he first thought this gorgeous mansion belongs to some aristocrat, and in fact, it is the house of servants of a rich merchant. The young man is delighted to inspect the sophisticated architecture of the estate. Then he knocks on the door timidly and goes inside. A charming girl appears in front of him. She kindly invites you to go inside and apologizes for a delay. Her beauty is so impressive that it seems like a real princess of this palace. The girl decided that Itsuki arrived at her from Rinrik, and a gesture invited her to follow. Itsuki was delighted with her kind. It turned out that everything looked impressive outside, but it was even better inside. The group settled on a convenient couch in the spacious office of the merchant, and it was then that the man who knew Yatsuk knew. He smiled warmly and immediately apologized to what he had to wait. The man spoke, telling that he had heard about Izuki from Rinrik, and thanked him for choosing their company. In response, Izuki noted that he seemed to have seen this man the day before. The man introduced himself. His name was Lord Yasus. He sat in front of the guys. The girl who met Itsuki at the entrance to the estate brought hot tea. Itsuki, a little awkward, thanked her. Izuki worried. Aina seemed surprisingly pretty. But all this situation was a real torment. To dream that such a charming girl became his maid, he did not seek at all. At this point, Yasus returned to him and looked closely in his eyes. He noticed it, smiled noticeably, and asked the boy if he liked the girl who met him. The guy was discontinuing, blushed, and quietly confessed that it was normal. Then he became ashamed of his words, so he asked not to pay attention to him. The hostess presented the girl. She was called Wendy. Suki seemed to be mocking the whole world. The guy could not understand how this girl could be a maid. He felt not only shame, but also severe discomfort. He was truly painful. Here, the variety appealed to Yoses to speed up the process. Yoses looked at them with surprise and tried to reassure his ug. The merchant announced the girls who are going to evaluate their suitability as a maid. I reluctantly agreed, although in my soul I felt fear and deep anxiety. Yes, he had already started looking at the girls and noted that they were in good condition. However, when it turned out that these two were from the purple border, he was surprised. Suddenly, the variety exclaimed, surprised that she was also involved in the case. Yoses decided to clarify everything. He became aware of the details from Reinrich, and as it turned out, the amount was considerable. It was not enough for one to expect one. That would not have enough to pay the debt. The merchant further explained that if Ayin remains to serve and work alone, she would have a hard time. However, if Sartet agrees to become a servant, he will be able to make life much easier. The variety stated that everything was clear to her. It was overwhelmed by unbearable sadness. Ayin also sincerely worried about her girlfriend. Tears swollen in the eyes of the variety, but it seems to have already accepted her destiny. She gently assured Inu that everything was fine and asked quietly, "Will they stay together forever?" She did not need the answer. Everything was written in the look of Ina. Sort rose with dignity and confidently stated that she was accepting the role of the maid. After that, Wendy invited them to join her. Yoses reported that he would now tell him about the servants. The guy was alert and began to listen carefully. The merchant told that the servants are divided into several categories. Some, so-called debt, are purchased and sold for purely commercial purposes. Others, criminal servants, were captured by the crimes, so they are forced to serve as a redemption. There are also special servants who dedicate themselves to serving the royal kind or perform special tasks for some reason. In this case, they become debt servants. Dry listened carefully and understood everything. Entering the tight room, Wendy announced loudly that the evaluation was starting right now. She wondered first whether those girls were fighting, because they heard about them as a famous adventure job. Aina and Varieties were a little discorded that their combat skills were not the best. Then Wendy wondered if they were able to cook, and the girls replied that they usually got to the plate only while traveling. Then Wendy wondered if they had experience in housework. The girl, without waiting for the answer, she understood everything. Smiling, she quietly asked them to take off her clothes. Aini and Sarte seemed to be numb by surprise. They had no idea that they were waiting for a similar test. The inconvenience lay on the shoulders with a heavy burden, however. Holding back the excitement, the girls humbly performed everything necessary. It was at this moment that a blush of embarrassment flashed on their faces. The girls undressed to underwear. At this point, Wendy approached them and asked them to check them. The youths blushed with embarrassment and felt very embarrassed. Wendy thanked the girls, came closer, and asked them to turn away for a moment. The girls did not immediately understand why it was needed, but obediently fulfilled her request. Wendy gripped to the Ain behind and hugged her firmly, forcing the girl to become awkward. Noticing her embarrassment, Wendy immediately asked for a gentle, melodic voice. Wendy unexpectedly knocked down Ain from the panther. She was confused and did not know where to go from excitement. She was terribly wanted to fall through the ground from shame. He explained to her that there were different types of servants, but if the owner demanded it, she was obliged to obey. The ability to please his owner was considered a great honor and deserved a special praise. All this time, the variety that watched for everything was so stunned that she barely hid her confusion. She felt a devastating disappointment, both seen and from the thought that she would soon have to go through the same strict assessment. Wendy noticed that Ain looks uncertain and gently held her hand on her inner side of the thigh. Ayan and Soal broke out of what was happening around. She dreamed of only one thing, that all this ended. It seemed a little more, and the girl would cry from impotence and despair. Suddenly, to the surprise of all those present, the variety runs behind and sharply pushes Wendy into the back. The girl tried to stop all this, shouted and begged for help. The girls fell on the floor with a sharp push. Wendy stared at her friend, not understanding what was happening. And, although she was embarrassed because of her act, she felt a quiet gratitude in her heart. Wendy smiled cunningly and cast a sly look at the variety. She noted that she seems to have nothing to earn here. The girl teased her tongue, winking the variety with this gesture. Although she was embarrassed in her soul, she felt pleasure. She managed to stop this strange evaluation. All this time, Yasus enthusiastically told Izui about the conclusion of an agreement with servants, and the guy listened carefully to every word and diligently recorded everything in his memory. Wendy knocked on the door and sincerely apologized for making them wait for so long. She invited the girls to the men's office, reporting that the evaluation had already been completed, and thanked them for their patience. Ain and Varieties looked stunned. She immediately noticed it and wondered what had happened to them. In response to his question, Aini asked him to ask nothing more. However, Suki did not realize why it was impossible, and wondered what the reason for such a ban. In response, the variety did not withstand. She rushed at him with a cry, remembering that Ion asked to refrain from unnecessary questioning. But despite everything, Izuki never realized. What's... The confused Iasis concentratedly views the sheet with the results of the girl's evaluation. One of the attendees turns to him a vigilant, puzzled look when he begins to voice the results. The excitement of the girl is noticeable to the naked eye. Then the merchant is accepted to announce the results of the second girl. At this point, the variety is vicious, clearly irritated and dissatisfied. Yasus explains Izuki. Both girls are really able to fight, but they do not have household chores. The merchant confirms that Ain's answers are accurate, and at the same time wondering whether one of the calculations of the variety is negative. Wendy confirms this and begins to talk about the girl. She notes that the adult representative of the wolf tribe, although it looks quite young. The variety became awkward. She was unpleasant to listen to such remarks from Wendy. The girl believed that it was not about. Here, when you started telling how the variety was evaluating sexual interaction, the girl was incredibly sustained. She was completely confused and did not know where to put herself. Wendy was unspentily approached from the back to the variety and hugged her at the waist. The variety screamed, demanding to stop it. However, Wendy only pressed her to herself, changing her arms. The girl is not at all liked. She only dreams that it is over. Wendy hugged the girl just above his waist, and to her surprise heard the variety suddenly laughed. It turned out to be terribly tickling. Wendy tells how the variety perceived the evaluation, noting that the partner will not be easy. Yasi listened carefully to the girl, and Izuki, meanwhile, realized with amaze, the variety is really a wolf. After all, he was still convinced that she was just a dog. Wendy reported that the assessment was determined by the amount of compensation for the honorary client. The cost of Ain was 6 million neuros, while the estimate of Crades stopped at 4 million nuri. Yosis proposed to start the contracting ceremony as soon as possible. He called everyone to stand in a circle and connect his hands. The boys obeyed and did everything he said. The boys folded their hands and turned to the merchant with delight, asking if they were doing everything right. Yasis confirmed with a fashionable smile that everything was going properly, and then proposed to start. Under their feet, a picture broke out suddenly, and bright light played on the back of the palm. Suddenly, a graceful coat of arms appeared on the skin. The palm of Suke emitted bright light. He wondered if the rite had already ended. In response, I said that the agreement was just successfully concluded. The palms of the girls were also mysteriously glowing. Then the merchant began to explain. The force of this agreement is that it firmly connected the relationship between the parties with the help of special skill. Yasis continued to explain that the contract strictly forbids the servants to harm the owner or even to conceal hostility against him. A kind of safety system, if you can speak. Itsaki was noticeably surprised by this fact. He did not believe it, so he turned to Surte and ordered to check. But she did not even have time to say the words, as she had already swept the spear, aiming it on the bundles. Suddenly, acute pain and terrible weakness had been drawn to the variety. She could not even touch Itsuki. The variety, along with A, fell to the floor, squeezing her head in the arms of pain. Yasus, meanwhile, calmly explained, "If the girls try to harm him, they will immediately pierce the unbearable headache." Kai did not expect such a turn at all, and felt embarrassment to the girls. The variety slowly got to her feet, and Aster immediately asked if she was fine with her. This is where she noted that she should draw conclusions from her lesson, and rethink her habit at once to solve everything by force, mockingly calling her a girl. In response, the variety looked her ominous look and decisively cast, "She is not a dog, but a real wolf." Looking at them, Ain did not restrain her and laughed. The varieties from Itsuki immediately turned to her, looking in surprise. Ain apologized, adding that it seemed they both really spend time. Ski and varieties were dissatisfied in unison that they were not at all entertainment. Yasus recalled that the contract was completed. He thanked everyone and kindly invited to visit. Leaving the mansion, they thought about how to proceed. Ami turned to Here and suggested that he visit the Adventure Guild to make a report. The guy thought for a moment, weighing the proposal. Outside the night, and Hayato is staring at the sky and the stars. In the meantime, the girls are comfortable at the fire, over which fried. One of them notes that Hayato has not yet returned. The second Kwai, in surprise, notices that Hayato is late. She complains about hunger and looks forward to a meat dish. The first girl reports that the meat will have to wait for the next city. Because of this news, the cat girl looks upset. The Kui suddenly remembers the dried meat and begins to look for it. She reports that she wants to add a slice to the soup. But the other girl stops her with the words that it has been a rainy day, and asks not to do it now. They are approached by another girl. Completely without clothes, drops of water flow from her body. She begs not to add meat to the soup, explaining that otherwise she will not be able to taste it. The first girl, amazed by the unexpected appearance, asks that she is creating it all, addressing her in the name of Emily. Emily is genuinely surprised by the girl's reaction, and explains that she just got in the source. What he hurries to warn, Hayato is here, so you should not walk without clothes. She said she was indifferent and asked the girl, or was too worried. The girl could not understand why people like Emily elves behave in a similar way. One way or another, Gayato has not returned yet. She reports that Chris went to call him. Emily turns to her girlfriend, gently calling her lady, and notes that she smells something from her, so he advises to freshen up in the bath. They say, Hayato may not approve of such. Lady is instantly blushing from embarrassment. The cheeks flare up with a blush. While Emily and Letty were hotly arguing, the causing only thought about one thing: meat. Where to find it, and when will you finally be? The night has already enveloped the forest, and an owl was hiding on a branch of the tree, watching a sad boy sitting lonely on a stone among a sinking grove. Ayato looks into his palm. His eyes are filled with longing, and tears swell on the eyelashes. Suddenly, a man approaches him from behind and throws a plaid on his shoulders. The unexpected act is frightened by Hayato. His heart shrinks from surprise. The man explains. They say, a light breeze started, and if you do not warm up, you can freeze well. Looking at, he noticed Crécy. Seeing her, his face shone sincere joy, and he did not get up to thank. Unexpectedly for himself, Chris suddenly became discouraged. They both were fascinated by the beautiful mountains that stood in front of them. Hayato mentioned here and expressed his hope that everything was fine with him. In the guild, adventure seekers had a fun atmosphere. One of the comrades approached the bitch, hugging him with his shoulders. Smiling, he noted that today everyone worked well, and therefore invites to treat his friend at his own expense. However, the bitches, not wanting to be in debt, immediately replied that he was quite capable of paying everything on his own. The members of the guild stop in front of him, make a barely noticeable bow and apologize. Seisuke notes that he was waiting for their obedience at once. Men respond to this. Aini showed how much they are still missing, so now they should strive for more. Everyone was scattered at the tables and continued the conversation. The men said, if the Suiki is not able to forgive them, they are ready to accept the punishment from his hands. The guy just smiled at this, they say. In another world, he has repeatedly encountered similar circumstances. The man confesses to him that he is a real good. Huki is now relying on them, and the guild is looking forward to potions that prepare alchemists. Suddenly, the variety shouted to her Suki. The guy looked around. She shouted to him that it was only through the contract that he had the impression that he could handle anything on his own. The variety warned the guy, let it not end. Izuki did not like the tone that the variety spoke to him. He involuntarily compared her with the annoying leader from his previous work. Ain squeezed with shame for a girlfriend. Lowering her eyes, she quietly explained to him that the variety today had certainly taken away from alcohol. The variety is very angry because of the words Izuki. She passed her dissatisfaction with her discontent because he had just offended her appearance. It seemed that the rage was about to escape from it. The variety demanded that Izuki immediately apologize to her. Huki assured that he was not going to use girls as a maid. However, the variety did not believe him, deciding that he was just talking to the species. Suddenly, the bitch was angry. He stated that he was tired of such relationships, where someone was always on top, and someone obey, and ask to no longer speak such nonsense. Ain and Varieties were amazed by his unexpected reaction. Men called Siki to join them again. The guy agreed and moved to them. The girls are left alone. The Varieties still could not get out of captivity of gloomy thoughts after talking to their bitch. She advised me not to lose my head because of this. I calmly agreed with her without trying to convince. The Variety swallowed a few more sips from her cup. Tired, the Varieties lowered her head on the table and said Aini with a smile that she was too simple. Meanwhile, here with men continued to have fun and have fun. Ain thought about the words of the Variety, fully agreeing with them. She cast a mysterious look to the side of Itsuki and continued her reflections. She was still pleased with her men. He exclamedly exclaimed that this other world is a real pleasure. Everyone supported him together, sharing these emotions. One of them approached the bitch, noting that he allowed himself a great luxury, and wondered if everything was fine. But the bitches only reassured them, saying that there were no reasons for worries, and he suggested now showing his skills. Suddenly bitch raised his hand, opening his palm up. Unexpectedly, a coin shot from his hand. He cleverly caught her and showed everyone. Men were sincerely impressed. Izuki proudly demonstrated all the coin and loudly ordered him to bring him a drink. Boldly jumping on the table, the guy did not get tired of swaying his skill, laughing at all his throat. One of the men noted that he had a silver coin, and the other was surprised. Is she only one? Men wondered how many coins are now dry. Fear asked them whether or not they were calculated, if they were calculated by their money. The men were frankly embarrassed. Meanwhile, Isekai'D dryly enjoyed what was happening. That night, the full moon glowed in the midst of the starry sky, as if enveloping with its silver light all the city. The fun at the headquarters of the Adventure Guild has long subsided. The man fell asleep at the table, exhausted after a busy evening. His strict partner was barely fighting with sleep. But suddenly he was engulfed by restless thoughts. He remembered how he met different people in the new world. He was mentioned in a great fuss, which then broke out. The idea of a second life no longer seemed so bad. It was from that moment on its orderly existence and began. The key was that he remembered everyone who met in his way after the rebirth. He never managed to understand how his death took place. Thinking, he said that for various reasons he got a chance to start life for the second time. He knocked on the door of the headquarters of the Adventurist Guild and congratulated all those present on a good morning, adding that the Guild of the Alchemists. The men turned to him, greeted and wondered if he brought them a potion. Suka confirmed their assumptions, and then with reproach, he added that they had reopened unnecessarily. Men said that there were no large-scale orders recently, but in relation to the Red Border, there was certainly something. One of them will cast a curious look at him. Izuki again plunged into thought. He did not have, as it happened, that he himself, without realizing that he got the maids from the Purple Border brave women adventurers, whose abilities were worthy of admiration. Fresh memories emerged, as Ain, having firmly decided to work out the debt, suggested becoming his servant, and the stubborn Variety of Anger agreed to this role only because of the ill-fated potions, which were not failed. Servants actively help him collect alchemy materials, combining this business with his numerous adventurers' assignments and supporting his ideas. He remembered how the Variety was promised. First we'll pay with the debts, and then get to him. He studied alchemistry, independently creating potions and accessories. Now he can cook the healing elixirs of medium complexity. He mentioned that the level was growing at the usual pace. The work was moving in turn. He did not feel any anxiety or haste. Development took place gradually, step by step. It was morning, and the bitches just woke up. As he came to the window and shaking his head, he wondered what to do today. Suddenly the idea was illuminated. The bitches straightened sharply, raised his hand up, and using his pocket money, began to spell. As always, the coin easily slipped out of his palm. He cleverly caught her, squeezed his hand confidently, and noted his skill. It is worth noting that his unique pocket money skill has also increased the level. Now it has reached the second level. One-time payment has increased tenfold. Today he received the first gold coin. He decided that if this person's purse allowed, he would only do one thing. Suki inspired him. Today he intended to truly have fun. The skew was initially planned to rush when he gets to another world, but actually worked without rest. Seeing Rinrik's face in the dark alchemical room, he remembered how she had forced him to work more and more persistently. Suddenly, it became clear how tired he was. He wondered that he still almost knew the city of Ainsel. Probably there should be corners where you can have a bright and fun time with the company of magic girls. Isn't it worth calling this city a shopping center? Dry rushed through the streets of the city, radiating a great mood. Like, he warned passers by about the future fun site and promised that he would give them true entertainment. Here he took a mouth-watering hot dog, found a free bench, and offered to rest and ponder everything. First of all, he wanted to support. In fact, if you think about it, does not orient in this area, except for the path that goes to work and back. While he had tasted his food here, he was not given the thought of how inconvenient to walk without a map of the city. He thought where he could get it. Suddenly, something attracted his attention, and he began to look around. Jesus and Wendy appeared in front of Izuki. The man identified his customer immediately, and he said politely. Wendy reminded her Suke as her name, and wished her good morning. Suiches, fascinated by her beauty, thought that the better start of the day and to want is such a real holiday for the eyes. In response, he also greeted her on a good morning. Yasis turned to his Suki and asked if he came out today in the morning. The guy replied that he had a day off today. He was about to say that he planned to have a little fun, but finally changed his mind. Instead, he went shopping, although the city remained almost unknown to him. The merchant listened carefully to the boy and suggested that Wendy would become a leader. It was not necessary to get such an unexpected help of dresses and guesses. Yasas shared that he had heard about the recent arrival of Itsuki to their city, and noted that there were many different excitements. The merchant wondered in Itsuki whether he wants to relieve fatigue with Wendy today. Wendy, noticing the strange behavior of Izuki, suspected that he was dissatisfied with her. Izuki was confused because he could not even imagine. He shook his head and hurried to deny the words of Wendy. Then she returned to him and said, "If so, let him care about her." Izuki agreed with enthusiasm. Suk undertook to share with Wendy his plans for the day, and noted that he first wanted to update his wardrobe, to buy a few new things. They visited the clothing store, where the guy immediately began to choose the updates. The first thing, which Zook tried, was a gorgeous coat, and he asked if he was too bright. Wendy denied, with delight in stating that this image was incredibly he had. The girl noticed that Yatsuke's suit did not impress, and suggested that he choose something else. The guy accepted this offer without hesitation. Suddenly, another girl came behind the company, calling them name. Wendy turned and looked at a stranger in surprise. Yi continued to consider his reflection in the mirror, thinking how he first went to shopping with a girl. Suddenly, she called Wendy and told her that she was offered a few outfits. Itsuki looked at it with delight. In a new image, the girl looked just great. The stranger that came to them was asked in Itsuki whether he wanted to buy this outfit for Wenda. The saleswoman sincerely noted that this outfit is incredibly fit, and she is a really beautiful woman. Her words were clearly disappointed by Wendy, and even caused her slight embarrassment. Wendy waited with interest to the boy's answer, but he just looked at her, amazed at her beauty. It was a bunch. His admiration was noticeable to the naked eye. Remembered, he turned to the seller and asked to pack the selected outfits. The girl thanked him, at the same time reminding him that the bush should buy clothes. Wendy was red with embarrassment. She sincerely apologized to Itsuki that he had to buy her clothes for her, but the guy seems to be only happy to give her a new dress. In addition, his own clothes were just at a discount. Wendy thanked Izuki and promised to take care of his gift. The skew only understood those who got to the fishing rod of cunning sellers. Suddenly, the girl noted that now her turn. The young man glanced at her, not immediately staring at what he was talking about. When you looked at the guy and started telling him that today you intend to give Idzians a lot of healing, this is exactly what Joseph was given to you. After that, you took the guy in hand and offered to go together to a quiet place. It was like this. UKI, along with Wendy, came to a cozy coffee shop. There they leisurely tasted tea and talked about something enthusiastically. At the same time, the guy wondered. He was looking for such a quiet, measured life. Once in the new world, he finally felt true relief. Happy Siki and Wendy left the establishment, holding hands and slowly moving the city streets. Suddenly, the stranger exclaimed one of the girls and stared at her with indignation. Izuki did not recognize the man and asked in Wenda if she was familiar with him. Wendy immediately realized who she was and wanted to introduce Izuki to a stranger. However, the man suddenly thundered at the girl, asking why she came here at all, and then turned to Izuki with the same question. She began to explain here that Wendy only shows him the city. However, he became angry and asked in here, or already bought Wendy, and then added that he wanted to buy this girl. Wendy was frightened and hurried to hide behind Tsucheki. The guy turned to the stranger, explaining that Wendy was scared and asked him to stop shouting. The man crashed into a conversation, addressing here. They say, Wendy did not seek to contact such a beggar, and boldly ordered her to get away. It was not at all liked. He returned to Wendy and asked who this guy was. The girl replied that his name, Darryl, is the son of an influential person in this city. The man was still burning with indignation and without holding back emotions asked Izuki who he was. Then he explained that he collects 120 million burros to buy Wendy, and wondered if Izuki had such money. Siki looked at Wenda with no confidence without trusting her husband's words. Darryl exclaimed that the commoners like Suki are not even good to approach Wenda. Therefore, he sharply ordered Josasus to call, and his assistants, meanwhile, tried in vain to reassure Darryl. Izuki did not pay attention to the comments of Darryl. He hugged Wendy firmly and confidently stated that he would inevitably protect it. His determination and bold words stunned Darryl and his assistants. Ain and the variety of a quiet path went through the forest, vividly discussing how generous was today's harvest. The variety turned to Aini with annoyance, noting that, despite all their efforts and achievements, everything we got gave the bitch. Aini shrugged and replied that you would not do anything. The terms of the agreement. A noted that if they did not collect the necessary materials, it will only add a hassle in the work of it. This variety replied that even in non-working time, it manages to look for something with a woman, and just in her nose. He said confidently and loudly that he is now a mentor of Wendy. The Dataro was angry. He did not put such boldness in his head. Wendy rushed into the arms of Suki without holding back tears, and began to apologize to him for everything that had happened. The fault of her depress. Suddenly, the girl sharpened sharply, which was a lot scared of Suki. He asked him frightened whether she had clamped her accidentally too firmly. Dad Arable Land, without holding back anger, screamed in Yitsuki feverishly, emphasizing again and again that therefore even to touch Wendy. The Arable Land was convinced that the guy deliberately goes against him. Izuki remained absolutely calm, and did not show any reaction to his explosion of emotions. Darryl was surprised by Etsuki's reactions, but he only repeated that he was indifferent. He had been accustomed to such people for a long time. The angry Darryl exclaimed that Etsuki would still regret his disobedience, and promised to never forgive him. Darryl stated that he would not release Wendy to anyone, and in response, his rival sharply threw that he would not give the girl like him. There was a tense silence between men, but unexpectedly Wendy turned to her companion. She turned here and looked at the Wenda in surprise, casting an asking look and asking if he was going to buy it. Such a question did not expect here. Darryl, meanwhile, looked dissatisfied with them, but suddenly a stranger came to the company, who seems to have recognized Darryl. Before them stood Yasus, who immediately recognized Guki. The Darryl rejoiced in meetings with a long-time acquaintance, and not hiding curiosity, turned to him for explanations. Yasus asked Darryl with surprise if he was really ready to lay out 120 million holes to redeem Wendy. This question was caught by Darryl by surprise. Not answering, he in turn asked who Izuki was. Darryl wondered why Wendy was near Izaki. It seemed to him that a man just bought a girl. Yasi told Darryl in detail the whole story, but he was skeptical of the merchant's words. However, Yasi insisted. Everything was said. Pure truth. Ditro felt embarrassed, and Suzuki seemed to not understand that he was a man. The guy even caught himself thinking that this man was somewhat reminiscent of a cloudy, rich rain of a stranger. Darryl assured that in any case he would buy Wendy, so it is better not to even approach this girl. Yasiz reluctantly agreed with Darryl, and then turned his gaze on Izuki. He suggested competing with each other to decide who would get Wendy. The sudden offer of the merchant caused a real shock in Izuki. The girls visited the headquarters of the alchemist, where they were met by Rin. The master asked how they had things. Aina wondered in Rinarik where he is now. In response, she reported that Izuki closed in the back room. The variety opened the door with foot and warned loudly about its arrival. Her determination was suddenly caught. The girlfriend was genuinely surprised by such behavior. The girls entered the room here, having fun, having brought a new batch of materials. The tired guy thanked them sincerely. But suddenly the variety paid attention to something unusual on his desk. The variety drew attention to the jewelry made by Izuki. and was genuinely surprised. Ain wondered why he was so many accessories. The variety looked at all these works with delight. Then Izuki decided to explain everything in detail. The variety took a deep breath and then exploded with a loud shout, turning to Isuke. The guy, along with Ina, shuddered at the unexpected volume. Izuki asks the variety to speak quieter, but does not stop and yells. She adds that Datarili's father is one of the most influential people in the city, so it is simply impossible to quarrel with him. The variety noted that it is not so easy to escape. He fell into despair and again pleaded the girl not to shout at him. The variety called Swai reckless, because he always works, having subjected to emotions. The boys continued to quarrel. Then Ain turned to them, calling the variety to calm down, and explained. Izuki went for it to save a woman. But the variety only replied that Itsuki intervened only because Wendy was the most beautiful among the merchant's maid. Ain hurried to apologize to Hersuke, assuring that her words had no evil intent. Ina said that they also intended to make a city tour of the city, but someone ahead of them. It was quite surprised by Isekai'D. The variety began to deny the words of A, insisting that it was not at all. Uki, meanwhile, apologized to the girl and approached to hug her, but came across a categorical refusal. Ina turned to the bitch and wondered what the essence of the competition was. The guy in response briefly explained. Their task is to raise money. He began to share his plan how to collect as much as 80 million in a short time. When the variety heard that amount, it was stunned. It was unclear why Wendy was estimated 30 times more expensive than her. The variety was angry and rushed at Izuki, but Aeneas began to restrain her friend. Izuki asked the girls to collect for him materials for accessories. Aeneas and Varieties eventually agreed to help. Ain promised that in her spare time would be a company of Tsuki. But she wondered if their opponent was so dangerous. Ain thought, and then replied that bad rumors were going on this person. Suga said that while these events continue, he relied on the support of the girls, and he plans to wholesale himself to sell the potions of the Gilding of Adventurers. Ain looked at him with surprise. She could not imagine that he would agree to trade the elixirs in such difficult times. In response, he only recalled the promise. The girl noted that he was extremely good. The girls were already preparing to go on the road, but the variety still did not find a place. She announced that she would go hunting and harvesting, and we wished everyone a happy trip. Wendy sat alone in the room, staring at the void. Her thoughts returned to the conversation with Itsuki. Then she tried to persuade him not to agree on the competition. But the guy only looked at her in surprise, not understanding where her anxiety came from. Smiling, he gently stroked her on his head and reassures her. Everything would definitely be fine. Wendy came to the door of Wendy, and someone politely asked for permission to enter. Yassi stood on the threshold. He asked how the girl feels. Hearing that there is no reason for it to be good, she could not understand why he throws such a test of her pet. Yasa confessed that he would like to apologize for her for using it. But the current situation, in his opinion, would turn for the better for both. Wendy settled on the bed and started a conversation with Janice. The situation was the best way, so Janice reassured her, assuring that there was no reason to worry. The girl felt a slight indignation. It seemed to her that Yoses was trying to sell her Mr. Datarilla. But she is a special maid who has the right to choose a master. It seemed to her that at any moment he would make her abandon her superiority in this competition. They exchanged intense views, and Janice, meanwhile, wondered if she enjoyed her day. Wendy remembered the warmth of Oogie with warmth, pressing her hands against her chest, and confessed that she spent great minutes. And Yana noted that now she should do her best to make this happiness real. She grabbed her feet and, without holding back emotions, asked in her voice why he generally offered such a competition. She was sincerely impressed, as it was possible to collect as much as 80 million holes in a week. Yes, he was angry, and assured himself that Wendy considers it impossible for him. Immediately he assured her that this client is unlikely to just leave it. Wendy lowered his eyes, embarrassed, and he just smiled back. The skeleton was sitting at the table without being distracted for a moment. Excerpts of phrases came from his mouth. He thought something, made plans. The circumstances seemed favorable for both him and both. Holding the hammer, he exhaled heavily, and suddenly realized that his fingers had thrown. Ryan Rish came into the room and advised to rest. Because if you work continuously, the case will come out. The craftsman drew attention to many jewelry around, and vividly noted that he had already made them. She assumed that he probably thought to open accessories. Having settled at the table with cups of tea and flavors, she continued the story, noting that she had heard the story from the girls. At this point, Tsuki turned her gaze to the master. At first it seemed that young people were just light-hearted, but he was constantly falling into some clashes with someone. He took the mug, swallowed tea, and uncertainly agreed with Hurd, noting that it was far from a young man. Ryan broke him for a year, asked to be silent because, she said, there was only a smooth boy. The radio came to the table and wondered if something else was needed. Shugaji thanked him and returned to the conversation with the mistress again. He absolutely needed her advice. Taking the cookies, he thought that the profit from the accessories alone was limited. So, asking, he expressed his own opinion. I would also like to trade potions outside the Guild of Alchemists. Reinrich thought about his words. It seemed impossible for him, but the mentor assured that it was not at all. She wondered if he guessed what a guy named Dotteril was trading. This question was very intrigued by Izuki. Even a funny thought about pigs appeared. The woman explained that he always looks like this and advises not to interfere with the events, because this pig is the head of the Guild of Alchemists. Suddenly, the bitch got into place, and realizing this, the mentor warned, if he tries to earn on potions, he would intervene in person. The young man just hit himself in the face, realizing all the futility of his ideas. However, the year believed that it would be necessary to expand the case and do something bigger than just making Zill. This idea made you think here. He quickly got his card and tried to contact Hayato. Surprisingly, he succeeded. Hayato lifted the phone and noted that they had not communicated for a long time. At this point, the monster was rapidly approaching his team. He addressed the Itsu Sinki, asking what he could come in handy, but he was just about to ask a question. Letty and Chris, hiding behind the boulder, exclaimed Hayato warning. The danger is already nearby. Itsu bitches wanted to make sure that the right moment was chosen for the conversation. Hayato did not see any threat, even when a giant bird suddenly starred in the sky. Everyone immediately rushed into the battle, and Itsuki, turning to him, asked about the bag he had previously handed over. He was wondering if Hayato could use her now. The girls fought heroically with a variety of monsters. Chris possessed powerful magic, and the cat skillfully wielded a sword, striking enemies with frantic agility. The bird flew rapidly in the direction of the lady, and she immediately ordered everyone to retreat. Hayato did not object to the contents of the bag. At his disposal there was anything she wants. The bird flew into the sky and shook the air loudly. At the same time, Hayato spoke in detail about the contents of the bag, warning that some things were not available to him due to insufficient level. It was a real surprise for Hayato. Surprisingly, I assured that he would handle it, and very soon. Hayato was impressed with such confidence. The guy assured that this time he would make every effort and would surely bring the ore obtained in the dungeon. At that moment, Hayato rushed to the bird and lightly shook the monster with his sword. He seemed to go through her like a ghost. A bird's cry came in the air, and at that moment she felt as if in her heart it was a void. Gayato wrapped his breath in an exciting expectation of the answer from his Suki, though he could not believe it at first. However, the words were confirmed. Gayato was convinced of the truth of the hard. The girls standing behind flashed joy. The Shah, saying goodbye, suddenly realized how convenient the guild card is. It allows you to communicate with those who are registered, regardless of distance. Almost like a modern mobile phone, and here he was at the table again. Stretching after a tired day, he took up work with new forces. He put on the monocle and started to polish his tools carefully. He knocked on the table, had a snack on the go, and soon tapped in the workplace. The girls chased after the wild boar. The variety was easy, focused on the prey, hoping to catch it without unnecessary noise. Ain looked incurious, trying to understand how much they came to the goal. She also noted that they had enough supplies, so you cannot return. The variety supported this opinion, because they will be able to exhale and not overload with unnecessary stress. I noted that this gentleman would not have difficulty making accessories in the near future, and it would be great if he was able to create even better things. The variety, standing in water with a sad tinge in her voice, washed away with dirt and spoke dissatisfied with how the purple border was using. She came out of the water and stated that she wanted to get rid of this debt as soon as possible. Ain, with a smile, noticed that she said as if she only rejoices in the situation as she is in a hurry. Then she asked not to break the topic anymore. A poured the newly boiled water from the kettle into the mug and inadvertently noted that everything was not so bad. Sarti, meanwhile, caught herself in thought. She trusts him too much. The wolf girl took the mug in her hands, and casting a short look, stated that she did not like such guys. After that, she quietly drank everything in the mug. It surprised me very much, and I was trying to find out if she really spoke sincerely. The variety began to explain their words, noting that such people were unceremoniously interfering with personal space, causing chaos and feelings. However, if you look differently, it is not so bad. From that moment you cease to understand your own thoughts. Her face became serious. She did not see any reason to recognize his presence here, because, in her opinion, all men who are fond of lush forms are not worthy of attention. Overcoming the irritation, she quickly cheered, deciding not to waste time and to return sooner to work even more hard with Zuki. The girls arrived in the Guild of the Alchemists and immediately noticed how Rinrik and Aret were held by Izuki. They were surprised. They could not understand what was happening. Meanwhile, Izuki shouted, "No, let me go!" Ryanrit reassured the girls, explaining that nothing unusual happened. He looked a little tired, so the girls decided to cheer him up. But the OK, excited and excitedly shouted, was convinced that something dangerous had happened, and that skull was not accidental. The girls surrounded him, took her hands and gently pressed the spear to the neck of the Suki. Now it was quite easy for them to make him drink. The teacher cautiously opened Itsuki's mouth and gave him a potion. Despite the resistance of the guy, a few drops still got to his tongue. Izuki stubbornly repeated that he was not going to swallow something suspicious, so he decided to look as if he had a drink, and then secretly spit it. Rinrik struck his Oki with force in his stomach so that he probably swallowed the potion. So it happened. Oki drank the infusion. In his eyes an alarming look flashed, and in a moment he fainted. The guy slowly opened his eyes and heard the female voice, wondered if he woke up. It was Bitch. Only now did he notice that his head was lying on someone on his knees. The girl carefully watered him with water, gently ordered to drink in no hurry. She thought that she was Ain's knees, and it was at that moment that he asked if he could get up. He wounded a little more, but the girl persistently pushed him, demanding to rise. Looking back, Itsuki saw the face of the variety over himself, and realized that it was her knees that served as a pillow. And now she strictly prompts him not to scroll and get up sooner. The gray jumped sharply, and when he locked up, asked the variety why she did it. But she just sighed and replied that she simply had no other way. He immediately said the name Ain, and she responded immediately. The variety was dissatisfied with the murmur, calling him a fool. The guy complained that he had everything hurt, and also worried about famine. Meanwhile, Ain noticed that the gentleman woke up and immediately apologized to him for recent events. All three were comfortable at the table. Gik eagerly absorbed the meat and everything that happened on his plate. The girls watched this sight with surprise. Satisfaction. He gladly ran his wave on his stomach, smiling. After he was given to drink that dangerous medicine, he suddenly woke up a crazy train to create jewelry. Although he did not remember it, Rhinowick calculated the cost of all accessories. The amount was 40 million holes. She thought about this, because only 5 days remained before the competition, and 36 million Noras have not yet been spent from the whole budget. The stocks of the materials were rapidly melting, and time was relentlessly floating. So he felt an urgent need to invent something that would turn everything upside down for one stroke. When he barely audible on the table with his fingers, a shiny idea suddenly broke out in his head. On that day, a man kept a piece of crystal pink quartz in his palms. When he directed magical energy into the stone and saw how he began to vibrate mysteriously, a real revelation came to him. Sinomio was a regular office worker here. However, his test began in a completely different world, and this path was incredibly harsh. He recreated this form, based on an image that has been engulfed many times in his memory thanks to films. Despite the fact that some parts were breaking or not playing a role, the design stopped working. However, Shinomi did not give way. He put in the creation of this servant, called to bring people the joy of wisdom, all his soul. He put the tools on the table and, overflowing with excitement, shouted loudly that everything was ready. Stretching his hand forward, he demonstrated a pink rotor. So he called this mysterious device. The girls looked at him with surprise, not understanding what it was. He intended to explain sarcastically what it was, but could not. Turning, he heard from the variety of advice. Look at them and just talk. In the meantime, the girls decided that it was a regular massager. The variety suggested Eintritt to try this way, because recently the girl complained of pain in her shoulders. But she did not interfere, agreed, but asked Dry to take care of her during the procedure. The guy nodded silently, recovering in memory how the device works. The Aine settled on a chair and started waiting, and Izuki took the case. She did not feel her cheeks flared with a blush, and the treacherous body trembled from the tops of the vibrator. With every moment, an unusual massage brought her more and more pleasure and relaxation. This feeling was truly unforgettable. After completing the massage, I suggested using it and the varieties, asking if it was feeling well. What was suspicious of the wolf, with a suspicion whether it is usually used. That is why he was frightened. He did not like smart dogs. He approached the girl and whispered quietly in her ear how to treat it in his world. The variety was discontinuing, turned and grunting. Here are the cases. Later she looked at Inu again, adding that they still need to get rid of it immediately. Aine grabbed the girl with interest in asking what happened and what was the matter. She was especially interested in what happened to the tool. However, the variety did not want to talk and only asked to let her go. It was at this moment that the bitches decided to get out for a short time. The girl shouted after him, warning that he would not even think of fleeing. But he had already stepped on the threshold. The night was dominating. Carefully inspecting his tool, the bitches with relief noted that even the hurry did not prevent him from creating something reliable. Zukuki thought that there were probably such shops here, so it is quite realistic to earn a good thing without rivals. When his gaze fell on the instrument again, he remembered Wendy and asked him to wait a little. He walked the street, thinking how best to sell it, but suddenly some types appeared on his way. Their views met. The tension stopped in the air. One of the men suddenly put the leg of the Isekai'D, and he flew directly into the stone masonry. When he was on the road, laughter and a noise fell behind. The man twisted in pain, claiming that he broke his leg, and the other insisted, now he would have to pay. The man approached the fallen Izuki and stated that for the apology, he should pay him 2 million. Then he would forgive everything. The guy replied that this amount was too large, and offered a healing potion instead of money. The man grabbed the bitches and demanded money from her. The guy sharply pushed his hand and asked if Datarilla sent it. The man laughed, asked the name once again, saying that he had no idea how it sounds. At that moment, the Itsuki sharply grabbed his feet and rushed to the side, despite the mockery from the man. He was screaming after him, urging to stop. The young man decided to distract the robbers. He confidently pointed to the sky and declared that there was a gold coin from there. At first, the men only skeptically rolled. But when they really saw the coin appearing from the sky and falling down, they were surprised. Sukai was glad that this time he refrained from using his skills to spend pocket money. But the man was not going to let him go so easy. Suddenly a dagger wandered at the guy. Turning, Sukai saw the blade racing rapidly in his direction. Suddenly a girl appeared, who easily shook the blade, and the blade was again on the ground. Looking at, he saw a cat-like stranger that spoke only one mysterious word. Visit. The bitch's Pashka was in surprise. He was rescued by Shiro, the same girl they first met in the city. They sat in a cozy eater, conducting a leisure conversation about the typical situations that occur most often at the table. He carefully asked the name of his interlocutor. The girl, biting the sausage in the bun, slowly replied that her name is Shiro. She stopped in front of the bitch that led on the fireplace and said sternly, she was her master's weapon. Anyone who dares to reach out to him will do the death. The men turned to Shiro in rude words, but have not yet had time to register their threats, as she had already repelled. And no matter how they begged for a mercy, she didn't even think. He swung, but Shiro was already behind, throwing a mockery that he was too slow. The girl quickly reached for the sword, getting ready to strike. However, when Izuki tried to stop her, her gaze slid on him, and the attack missed. In fact, everything was different. A man wounded by a sword in his stomach fell right in the middle of the road. At the same moment, Shiro switched rapidly over her head, shouting loudly in a pattern, and lightly dealt with other attackers. At the same time, she said loudly that she was over with her, that she was amazed by Yatsuki with her power. He thanked her for his help, though he was a little surprised. She explained, if she ordered to stand on guard, and Shiro will protect the owner. The skew was thinking about the answer, and asked to take her to her master. He asked widely, and pointing to himself, emphasized that he was still her master. The guy was confused again and asked him to be taken to Joss. The girl did not resist and repeated the question, addressing Shiel. Is he going to buy Shiro? Hearing the answer that it is impossible now, she was upset even more. But all this, he sought to rely on her. And Izuki felt a desire to thank her. He also had the opportunity to briefly turn over with the words with Yosas. Turning, Shiro said they could go. She rode forward, and he hurried, asking him to move the course, because he did not have time for her. He suggested taking her hand, and Shiro immediately denied it. It is not necessary to treat her as a child. The skeleton stretched his palm, quietly asking her no longer to speak. The girl looked at his hand, but still put her in him. They went on, holding hands, and so much sang a favorite tune. They were already approaching Yasis's house. The master came out to meet them and wondered in surprise what happened at such a late time. When Siki went to thank him for the help of Shiro, Yasis looked carefully at Yatsuki and noticed how she tied to him. Shiro rested, putting his head on Izuki's knees, and he was surprised to note how friendly and grateful she became. The guy decided to use this moment to demonstrate something important. He pulled the rotor and showed him Yasis, but he could not understand why it was all. Then OK noted that I would like to exchange these things if possible. The man was interested in buying cars and asked for their cost. Izuki lifted 4 fingers silently, sounding the price of 40 million. Yasi smiled and noted that the maximum here would be 100,000, thinking that they again overstate expectations. Instead, she radiated confidence here and was already preparing to make her presentation. The man put the device on the table and stated that he did not intend to buy it. Yasis looked at him in confusion, not understanding what he was leading. But Izuki continued with passion. He wants to buy the right to this thing. They were surprised. Yosas explained further. In other words, he transfers the rights to sell this pink rotor as a massage product, and such devices can already appear in specialized stores. Izuki only nodded, confirming what he heard. Yes, this man became interested in the product. He seemed attractive to him. Moreover, in such shops he had a certain authority. The dry has already blossomed in anticipation of the continuation of the conversation, but the interlocutor suddenly stopped him. He asked to voice the details of the contract. Izuki began to explain that his proposal is that Yasis bought out exclusive rights to the rotor for 40 million. He is engaged in production and wholesale. The cost of the goods is determined by the man on his own. But if the sale is still, the key requirement is 50,000 for each unit. After he voiced his conditions, he began to wait for the answer from Yosas. However, the man did not say such a proposal, because he had no guarantees of repayment of money. He cannot risk and pay 40 million only for ghostly rights. He also noted that the demand for this product is likely to exist, but it does not guarantee that you can continue to supply it without obstacles. As soon as the bitch has taken up the case, he stated that he would be able to provide regular deliveries, and Ina from the Variety will help him collect the necessary materials. Yasis agreed with this. If the girls take the search for materials, then everything should go without any difficulty. However, there was one small obstacle. The guy has just appeared in the city as a regular traveler without a roof over his head, and no one even knows when he goes on. Not surprisingly, he agreed only in words. A proposal from an almost unfamiliar person does not cause confidence. Yasis agreed. Then, he continued his pledge. He gives his own body. That is, he becomes a servant. The man looked around in surprise, and Shiro also did not hide as a surprise. Yasis could not sink why go so far. After all, such a promise was superfluous. The answer, and so was the obvious souk itself. The man laughed, thinking that Huki is a truly unusual personality. Meanwhile, the guy suggested that the Yasa immediately refused, saying that there was no need for it. In the end, he sought to obtain lifelong rights to this quote, a pink rotor, and therefore it is pointless to insist, as if it were only at the time of the contract. Izuki was already in a hurry to money and a quick conversation. However, Yosas was in no hurry to finish the debate. He stated that the traders would not be mercy. The man wondered if these conditions were arranged. Izuki, trembling with fear, agreed. Yosas was already ready to get up to the amount of 40 million. But he was still worried about another issue related to Shiro. Coming out of Yasis's estate, Izuki noted that the sun had already risen high above the horizon. During this time, he managed to create only 10 devices. Fatigue was sustained, There was very little power. Broad, almost falling on the go, turned to the guy next to her. Itsuki carefully stroked her on her head to help her do up in a guild. Then he carefully lifted her on his shoulders. She apologized, because she was instructed to stay guard and protect the owner. Itsuki only nodded as a sign of consent. Datero, exploding on men, threw a plate with irritation, breaking it. They were not just annoyed by a stranger, they seemed to be able to cope with it at all. Datero forced them to return to work immediately, ordering to work at least some of the money spent. The men, having apologized, hurried to execute his order. The Bagretsky, showing respect for the master, noted that any open intervention would only play the enemy's hand, and if it causes dissatisfaction with Yosasi's, unpleasant consequences may occur in the future. Dadarila agreed and proudly stated that he would win even without any tricks. Izuki simply does not disassemble. He will regret to touch his Wendy for the rest of his life. In his imagination, Dada has already seen her bathe and gently addresses him. My lord. The next day, voice risen in the alchemists. Itsuki was interested in what purpose he came to. And the dad arable land, not waiting for the beginning of the competition, decided to courageously admit his defeat in advance. Daedril sharply pointed his finger on Itsuki and shouted outly, how he dared to turn to the man so. Having narrowed his eyes, Daedril asked who he accepts himself. Further, Dr. Rill smiled cunningly and stated that he understood everything perfectly. It seems that Izuki finally comprehended how much their forces were different and admitted his defeat. However, Suki just smiled even more wider, cheating on and teasing the grade of the rail, promising to bring him to tears. Dadarila decided that the bundle was mocking him again. The girls watched carefully at their quarrel. Dateril exclaimed that he would never forgive the guy and show him what a real hell is. Here only mocked in response, and suggested boldly proposed to prove her threats in fact. Their dispute was unexpectedly interrupted by Joss. He noted that there was still time until the appointed day, but the results were already resolved. After that, he solemnly announced the results. In an instant, a real mountain grew before the eyes. Many heavy bags were immediately in a pile accumulated on top of each other. Dadaril, with a trembling hand, exhausted the handful of coins, said in a stunned that he could not believe it. Behind the man appeared a small creature, and happily reported that he earned exactly 80 million. Itsuki confidently points to his finger and states that the victory belongs to him. Yasis, turning to Dotoro, explains, that's what true success means. Noticing that the client has already overcame the amount earlier, the man pays attention to it. On this note, the competition ended and went into the official plane. Dadaril was turning his hand in the air, convincing everyone that a man is probably just joking, but he did not dare to confess. The man nods towards, looks at the trick and confidently says that she was transferring money. The woman noted that Datarilis was too loud, and then, putting his phone off, threw the package to her husband and asked him to look inside. The man was catching the package and asked what inside. Expanding the wrapper, he frozen in surprise. He did not fit in his head. These documents contained information on payment of accessories, and the buyer was a Letric. The man trembled from excitement and did not believe his own eyes. The woman exhaled smoke and said that in the document black and white, all the decorations created by Izuki, this guild purchased for $40 million. Dotterel could not believe his own eyes. He was stunned by the news that the accessories had given as much as $40 million. It seemed incredible that such an amount was generally possible for such a purchase. The woman confidently stressed that her assessment was correct. Alchemy. Itsuki deserves much more attention than it seems at first glance. At the very moment, her look was attached to a sophisticated accessory. She suddenly burst into tears and shouted to the Latrika for help. At this point, Daral exploded from rage and demanded that the boy came from the rest of 40 million. He accused them of trying to deceive him. Yasus clicking his fingers and informed that Izui received another 40 million. After that, he gave a servant sign. The man approached, holding a tray, and invited Datorla to look at what he brought. Datoril was in surprise that it should mean. Looking at the tray that the young man brought, he was surprised that he was on the royal seal. Yasus explained that it was the so-called pink rotor. It is this client who developed this product. Yasus bought him all the rights for 40 million. Daita-ril, a little stinging, said that if the king blessed such a thing, then selling it on its own, you can make a huge profit. Izuki said that he gave it to the Yasus in just 40 million. In his thoughts, the royal seal flashed, and he also noted how agilely the Yasus was taken to business. bows with a sly smile, said that in this competition he simply could not be defeated. The detergent could not stand and exploded, stating that he never recognized Izuki's victory. But it was at this moment that he interrupted by Wendy. The girl looked at him and firmly said that the decision was already made, so he would have to put up with it. Dadaril shouted at the girl, accusing her of mocking him, and stated that she would still go with him, because in fact he belongs to him, as a thing that is his property. The girl replied that she could not go with him, because her soul and body belong to Lord Itsuki, so she refuses to follow someone else. The sudden sound of the hammer on the wall made Yutsuki shudder. He almost shouted from surprise. Embarrassed, the guy turned his gaze to Dadaril, who laughed out loudly at that moment. He murmured under his nose that everyone was mocking. With the fury, turning to the subordinates who just broke the wall, sharply pointed his finger on the enemies, ordered to destroy them all. Lytric with annoyance noted that all this was annoying it. She added indignantly, "Aerial self-determined ventilation for the residents without even asking for permission." She does not like such boldness, so Lytric hopes that he is ready to answer for his actions. At the same moment, the girls of the night were lightly grabbing the swords and ordered the trunks to retreat. At the same time, Wendy squeezed with fear. She approached the girl here, reassuring that she is safe now. They would take care of her. Calling Ain, he turned to the beast girl, scorching her dog. But she did not tolerate such insult, and asked whom he called it the dog. Suddenly the girl laid out before Izuki and Wendy. She noticed that they now had another cat. Izuki was glad to see Shiro. 3 girls went on an offensive, headed by a decisive Ain. They rapidly rushed to the crowd of men who had already prepared for a fight. One of the men swung with a hammer, and Aina confidently repelled his sword. In the meantime, others were attacked by the girls. Izuki hugged Wendy firmly, and then quietly asked if she was scared. Although he promised to protect her, fear moved in his soul. However, Izuki smiled visibly, trying to cheer the girl. He watches the girls duel and confesses to himself that he is weak. He lacks both strength and skill for battle. He does not seek to fight or show rudeness. It seems unreliable, but nevertheless, it does not want to release her hand. He, gently holding Wendy by his hand, confesses that he wants to be near her. Hearing the words of the young man, the girl did not restrain her tears. Her eyes were full of touching, quiet tears. At this point, Dotoro raised his violence, asking loudly that it was wrong with a woman and children. He raged and demanded from his subordinates immediately end with them. Suddenly in the air, someone's powerful voice was rushed, ordering immediately to stop everything that is happening. All the views instantly turned to a break in the wall. The man entered the room and turned to Dadaril, wondering what she was busy. It seemed not very worthy for an adult to draw the red border in a common dispute. He then turned to Lytric, asking if she really was telling the truth. Lytrix insists that it was her words that caused the conflict, because it was the unreasonable son of that man began. She appeals to Darwin, managing the western area, asking, how is he going to resolve this situation? He looked here and saw a man who stood on the top of this area. A girl stood next to him. She gave the boy a charming smile and barely nodded her head. Darwin claims that first of all you need to understand the situation. He turns to Datarilla, and he immediately shudders under his gaze. Dataril failed with fear and asked his father to listen to him. Suddenly, Darwin came closer to Datarilla and gently reminded that he always asked to turn to him simply. Dad, the man thought, trying to remember how he asked his son to turn to him. Looking closely at Darwin, he tried to understand who this person really was. Darwin only smiled and waved, they say. He was indifferent. Deep inside, he was not fully aware of this important opinion, but he did not leave a sense of threat. A terrible, unfamiliar. Not like that he had to worry about Litric and Yasses. In the end, Darwin learned all the truth. The man confessed that he was betting because he believed that the competition was happening for the woman. Pointing to Wenda, he unambiguously made it clear who was talking about. Drill confirms his father's assumption, adding that Yutsuki resorted to extremely dirty techniques. Darwin becomes extremely serious instantly. He appeals to Datarilla, noting that when he participated in the competition, he must resort to any tricks. After all, victory is a victory, and defeat is a defeat. Then he asks, so he taught him? Darwin returns to Izuki, and declares himself the same attractive man who defeated his son. He tries to approach the guy closer, but instantly feels the cold of the metal near his neck. Shiro is restrained, but powerfully warns, if he tries to her master, death will find him immediately. Derwin, with a sarcastic smile, stated that incredibly scared. And then, turning to his bitch, he added that the young man has a great physique, a real handsome. Darwin asked Izuki to pass on to his ward that he would take a dangerous object from his neck, otherwise they would not be able to talk quietly. Izuki turned to Shiro. The girl strictly warned Darwin. Any suspicious action, he was immediately end. Darwin nodded to consent, after which he turned his gaze to Izuki and said that they could talk now. It has passed for a while, and all in turn go into the room, located on the sofas. Darwin carelessly throws his feet on the table in his shoes, which causes a tense look of Bry, which does not bring his eyes. Jesus and Lightrick were also entered the room. The maid approached Lightrick and, turning to the woman, asked if someone wanted tea. Lightrick assured that Darwin would do without him. Then Darwin noted that he captured the main essence of this story. In other words, Datoril, having been completely defeated, exploded in rage, and that is why this picture appeared before us. Datoril addressed his father, calling him to listen. He wondered if his father really believed in the words of those people. Darwin, in response, asked his son no longer to touch the topic, explaining that in the current situation, he was justified. Datoril shouted loudly that was Darwin's son. In response, Darwin noted coldly that there was no blood connection between them, and if he really is his son, it would be worth not shaking his parents, but just die. The real deer was frightened by the fierce, threatening smile of a man. And Darwin added that he always repeated, "If you want to win, be ready to give life, and if you are defeated, take it with dignity and courage." He looks at the girl standing behind and addresses the question of whether he is right. But in response, he wildered and confirms her husband, calling him her dad that she heard. Darwin noted that Datoril made two mistakes. First, he criticized Yasis's decision. Secondly, he quarreled with guild alchemists. The fullest integrity policy on the slave trade company and the Guild of Alchemists was inviolable. However, after Dadrail has broken this rule, they will have to be responsible. He thinks about how they should go. Then, he seeks the advice of Izuki, who is in tension and tries to hide the excitement, secretly wanting Yossi and Letrick to leave her alone. He glanced at Josis and Latris. Jasius stated that he demanded compensation for the mental torment that he suffered through a cruel scene. And if there is such an opportunity, then you would also like to compensate for a forced break in work while recovery of mind and body. Daryl asked Yosis how many tens of thousands of holes will be. Yosis only smiled cunningly and replied that he would first consult his wife and then would set Darwin's account. Suki believed that heartache has such a nature. He was not able to scare a real man. Then his gaze stopped at another thought. There was a wife in Isia. Darwin, pressing his palm to his forehead, sighed, complaining of acute pain. Then he returned to Litrick and asked the woman what happened to her. Latrick announced that she would start with the account for the restoration of the destroyed wall, and in the apology sign, he demanded that the man his bank account and one of his special privileges. Darwin was not amazed at a joke, and then he was heavily sighed and confessed that he provided for a similar request from this woman. He also added that the bank was strictly with him, so he asked the woman to show a little sympathy for him. The elector replied that a man does not even allow her to participate in financial affairs. She would be satisfied with his partnership approach, however. If such a system does not suit it, she may file a complaint about his son's secret equipment. Hucky is amazed and thinking what the secret agreement really means. The measure tells that it is a secret trade in forbidden substances through a pharmaceutical guild. She asks whether the woman really referred. Suka, very stunned, does not believe in his ears, and asks whether it is really about illegal shops. Darwin exhaled and noted that a person who does not distinguish what is right makes money in a shameful way. Looking at Dutterville, he added that even without today's mistake, he intended to punish him for a long time. He started a risky business, but only created unnecessary problems. Darilli trembled from head to heels, unable to master excitement. He asked if someone really thought that Daril would go past it unnoticed. For him, the punishment of the church would be a sufficient reason to run without a look, even barefoot. Therefore, he ordered his people to take Datarilla to the estate. They immediately agreed, confirming that they executed the order. He adds that if the Datara decides to escape or commit suicide, everyone will understand them. She thought that a real man was in front of her. Darwin turned to Izuki and asked what could help him. But Izuki replied that he had already received everything he wanted, so he did not need anything. In the soul, Izuki has only dreamed of one thing: to escape from here as soon as possible. Skiro, standing behind Darwin, asked him not to scare his master so much. Darwin was indignant at this that the girl herself constantly drilled his eyes into his back, and he did not like it. Darwin noted that Izuki was truly lucky with such a devoted servant, and inadvertently confessed that he did not mind having someone like that. After that, he looks at Wendy and adds that she is extremely beautiful. The man appeals to the girls with a proposal. They say, "Why not go with him?" Assures that nothing wrong will happen. Suddenly, Suzuki picks up from his place, and without hesitation, covers Wendy, extending his hand forward. Izuki notes that his admiration for girls is probably not as strong as his son, but he does not like it at all as he works. In addition, Wendy is already his girlfriend. Darwin noted that a few minutes ago he was shaking him with fear, and now they had replaced the look became decisive, as if it were about to rush to battle. He did not refrain from praise. He noted that most of these guys live for a long time, and Suki explained that he came here to taste something interesting and exciting. So, until he finds what is worth the risk, even if he is stumbled by death, he is not going to die. Darwin noted that the guy was a real vagrant, and it seemed surprisingly interesting to him. She answered here that, first of all, if you talk about apology, he categorically rejects him. The data reel will receive a well-deserved punishment. This is enough. Lee Trix lured her to Icheki, immediately saying that the question of consent was no longer standing. She did not know how it was started in its edges, but this town had its own rules of conduct. The apology will only make sense when you accept it sincerely. Otherwise, the sediment between you will always remain. That is why, as Darwin noted, if there is at least the slightest opportunity to help, it is better not to remain silent, but to say straight. He gently puts his hand on his daughter's shoulder and suddenly asks, "What if you married Mera? She is a wonderful woman." Such words are surprised by Uki. He does not hide his surprise. The measure smiles, and notes that Izui is a really interesting and generous person, although she is not sure whether he can arrange him. He explained that he considers himself unworthy of such a girl. There was nothing between them this time, so he refused. The measure only sighed and noted that it was a real annoyance. Littrick advised not to worry too seriously, but simply to express his desire at this moment. He stressed that the main thing is to determine what you really want right now. If you can ask anything, he would like to ask only one thing. Some time has passed, and the guy finally tasted the tea that brewed the arit. The girl, in turn, noted that she received a wonderful drink. Not only fragrant, but also surprisingly delicious. Since Isekai'D prefers coffee, it remains a mystery for him. But he still enjoys him. Lightrix jokes that ICs here are a real carefree. After all the trials that fell on his fate, the guy did not feel anxiety at all. Ski seems to have felt the same. In the end, everything calmed down, and Lightrick received some more pleasant bonuses, so everyone was satisfied. The woman was surprised. Instead of the expected quarrel on her part, everything was quite modest. Yuki, as if noticing this, repeated her words about modesty. Lighting jokingly added that the bank was designed for two, so it was also a modest fraction for her. It was the point of view of the skeleton, reflections on the true intentions of the Littrick. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by Ain. The girl reported that the envoy Darwin had arrived. Today, he should tell those things that have been discussed earlier. At this point, she got up here and turned to the Lightrick, warning that she would be apart for a short time. Lightrick slowly screwed tea and called Izuki, asking to visit him as soon as he was getting a job. They say he has an interesting task for the boy. The young man smiled in response, waved his hand easily and assured that he understood everything. Subsequently, the girls noted that the boy was quite lucky. This aroused curiosity in Suki, which immediately wondered what they meant. One of the girls replied that I was convinced that such things should only be purchased for their own money. Itsuki asks with interest whether she means that he is a real worker. The girl smiles and assures that, in her opinion, this time he really made every effort. Itsuki thankfully thanks her for such words. And then their conversation is interrupted by INA, which reports that the gentleman is looking forward to them. Itsuki agrees and adds, "According to the map, they must be somewhere nearby." Aina points in the right direction and asks whether not to look for there. So Izuki found himself in another world, and finally received his own home. Here, along with the girls, they stopped just before the gorgeous gate of a huge estate. Everyone was surprised, but it was Ain who called this palace with her cozy home. She was overwhelmed by unspeakable joy. Izuki together with the girl are interested in looking at Aina, trying to find out what she lies, according to her words, sweet house. they begin to whisper. Izuki comments a half-voice that Ina seems to have just called this house charming. The girl replied that perhaps unknowingly compares him with the past. At this point, Izuki took the door handles, but was in no hurry to open them. The girl asked the boy why he didn't want to go inside. Listening to this, the bitches turned, smiled timidly, and confessed that he was a little worried. The head of Suki was filled with thoughts about the house. At first, when he received his first job and was able to rent a room for his own money, it was joyful. However, he did not dream that he would once have real home for himself. He does not fully understand his true feelings. But suddenly, his bitch opens the door of the house and notices the Wendy room inside the room, which, barely noticing the Suki, politely bows to the greeting sign. The girl cheerfully greeted Izuki, who was genuinely impressed with her appearance. The guy asked Wendy to ask why she was here. Smiling, Wendy explained that her task was to take care of all things and prepare everything for the owner's arrival. The bitch remembered the words of Wendy and felt that he had reached the top. Now he could die quietly. The boy's thoughts were suddenly cut off by Darwin, who approached and greeted him. The man turned to Isekai'D, asking whether he likes a new home. At the same time, Izuki asked if he was sure that the new moon would be able to get this job. Darwin replied that there was nothing to talk about. He never did in half, so at the request of the young man he raised the house entirely, as he should expect him. The basement has an alchemical room. Everything is carefully thought out there. Accessories and furniture are selected with a special taste, only the highest grade. This place is a real treasure, and it is a little sorry to leave it. But he still asks the young man to accept this gift. Izuki thanked Darwin sincerely, and they shook his hands. Darwin added that the case of his short-haired son was finally resolved. Now Izuki is free to choose his own path, and tomorrow will come here Yasus. Darwin leaves the room and Izuki thinks in confusion what to do next. Wendy uncertainly proposes to cook tea. Isekai'D supports this idea by agreeing with the girl. He then returns to Ain and Variety and advises girls to choose the right rooms. He then turns to the Variety, warning that she will have to pay for his accommodation. The Variety is indignant, but the guy only shrugs and declares, otherwise she can stay over the night. Subsequently, the Variety relaxed on a soft bed. She spinned and returned, without holding back cheerful exclamations that it is much more convenient than any hotel nearby. Her words were fully supported by Ina, smiling in response. The Variety clamped the pillow in her hands and said she had a great manner. She remembered the bath, and wondered if there was a bath. Ina confirmed and assured that the owner would immediately take her there. The Variety replied that she had not taken a full bath for a long time, so she grabbed Inu by her hand and offered to go together. Ina, a little embarrassed, noted that the gentleman is swimming right now, but the Variety did not think to listen to it. At this point, the dress was relaxed in the bath. He is widely drawn and is pleased to say that he finally found himself in a real paradise, because he could not so freely straighten his arms and legs in hot water so freely. Considering he often visited the spa, the only island of rest in strict, saturated overtime work. Now he was lacking only cool drink and fresh tofu to finally feel real pleasure. He floods himself with water, while the question is spinning. Is it possible to create a refrigerator with alchemy? It seems to him that such an invention would bring him much more profit than a pink rotor. Suddenly, someone came to him unexpectedly. Walking down, Yuki saw Wendy, who asked the boy to ask that he would allow her to massage his back. Itsuki frightenedly rushed to cover, embarrassed by a surprise. The guy asked in Wenda why she appeared here. The girl calmly replied that she came to massage his back. A little time passed, and now he was sitting here, awkward. Wendy asked him to warn in advance of taking a bath so that she could come to the rescue when he wanted. The girl pours liquid soap on the sponge and gently holds it on the back of Izuki. At some point, she is wondering if she does not hurt. Izuki reassures her, answering that everything is fine. At this point, all the attention of Izuki was focused on her own feelings. Wendy gently leaned against him, sincerely thanked for choosing her, and giving her the opportunity to be near the boy. The girl confessed that she was feeling true happiness. At that moment, their conversation is interrupted by a Variety that is dissatisfied with Izuki. How many more he plans to take a bath, because now the turn is after them. Ina restrained the Variety to be polite. At that moment, their gaze fell into a photo, where his beloved and Wendy stood nearby, almost touching. The Variety, barely holding back the trembling in his hands, began to convince his lover that nothing was worth nothing. and ordinary deceived. It was Suki who explained the variety that it was only a misunderstanding. Then the girl took a bowl and tried to close her face iris so that she would not see extra and spoil her eyesight. Aina turned silently and left the bathroom. The variety mockingly noted that Aina still did not stand it and escaped, and here, though deserved, was in vain. In response, he began to justify himself, saying, "Nothing special happened. Wendy just helped him with washing." At that moment, Ain appeared in the bathroom, wrapping only with a towel. Having apologized to the master, the girl reminded with a smile, "If he takes a bath, then the duty of the maid is to help him with that. So she wants to get involved." Aina sincerely asked Wendy for throwing all her work on her without even thinking. The variety reassured Ain, they say, it is not necessary to dry her head with extra worries, and then shouted in the slices, so that she finally came out of the bathroom. I know that she sought to become closer to the variety, and enthusiastically spoke about the desire to fulfill her duties. But suddenly the girl is subjugated on the remains of soap, and suddenly falls on the floor. The towel slides from her body. Aina was ashamed, and the dead began to close the door. And at this moment the variety struck his bitch sharply, and exclaimed that he did not dare to look. And the poor bitches only mentioned the blessed moment in the bathroom, which was so ruthless. Darwin's house was suddenly voiced. Someone regretted the adventure with an arrow, though he understood that this problem should be solved in all circumstances, even if you have to bother with your beloved father. Mara assured that Darmi should not worry anymore, Dada Ril, and so tasted their reputation. In addition, the foster father decided to intervene. In vain he agreed with the girl. He noted that in fact that man was a real fool, because he forgot about his father's kindness. The measure of impatiently wondered how many more they were going to discuss with whom everything has been completed with, because this topic is already quite tired. Dharma apologized to the mayors and noted that when it comes to something exciting, the present main character deserves much more attention. The measure with a smile noticed that he was a real joker. In response, Dharma said that he also did not suffer to see the young guild master of alchemists. The next morning, Shiro rose to the roof of a mansion and watched carefully at the birds that flew there. Afterwards, she went to the house, having fun with the tail. The girl felt a familiar aroma. The smell caught something native and close. She came to the door and cautiously opened them. Before her look, a room with a large bed on which her sui was swayed peacefully. The girl called the owner. In a dream, he mutilated that he will process the document by the end of the week, and now apologizes and asks not to cap about this file. Here he shuddered in a dream and rapped something about how the boss sometimes appears. Shiro gently stroked him on his head, and here he calmed down. In a few hours, when the sun was already sowing in the blue sky, Izuki woke up, opening his eyes and feeling that a new morning had come. Suddenly, he noticed something that stirred. Lowering his gaze, he understood. It was Shiro. At that moment, the door was knocked on the door. Izuki dropped it into the room. Wendy went on, greeted with her, and reported that the breakfast was already waiting. She leaned over the bed and reported that Shiro had come to them at night. Huki nodded to confirm her words and added that when she woke up, Shiro was already sleeping peacefully next to him. Wendy smiled and sighed. They say, "You did not do anything with this." She claims that he will be awakening her now, but Itazaki assures that she can be a little more like. At this point, Shiro grunts loudly in his stomach. A little time has passed and the table was already covered. Siki sincerely wished all the girls delicious. At this point, Wendy turned to Ini and Variety. They say, "Now they will pour soup." The girls thanked Wendy for their care. The Variety asked Wenda if she really prepared all these dishes herself. Wendy nodded and wondered what had happened. A shadow of dissatisfaction appeared on the face of the Variety. It felt a strange defeat, because it was she who was responsible for household chores. Izuki and Shiro greedily attacked the mountains of dishes without a second. Meanwhile, the Variety with a smile turned to Wendy, having swore that she prepared an unsurpassed dinner. Subsequently, Suki and Shiro were bursting, unable to swallow pieces of food. They hastily reached for their glasses, and in a moment, not having time and breathing, they again began to absorb great portions of dishes. Izuki then thanked her for treating. Putting a cup of tea on the table, he once again expressed gratitude, adding that everything was surprisingly delicious. In response, she gently said that if the boy liked, all the efforts were in vain. Itsuki also did not resist the admiration. He said that yesterday's dinner was incredible, and asked if he would be able to enjoy such delicious dishes daily. The varieties snorted with a suspicious smile and noted that the guy was clearly full. Now it was necessary to guess who here is the real owner of the situation. Zuki smiled skeptically, hinting that the variety did not understand anything. The variety, narrowing his gaze, addressed the guy with the question of what he was in mind. He replied here that he did not exaggerate when he argues. The happiness of a person depends largely on what food he tastes. And then he wondered if the girl is familiar with the simple taste of unpan, which was eaten only to quench hunger. Dinner that saturates not only an empty stomach, but also warms the soul. She gives strength and full of hope for a new day. The real owner of this house is Wendy, a goddess who treats the household every night with her delicious and warm dishes. She turned to Wendy. What kind of sweet dishes? And reported she had brought the plates. Wendy smiled at the girl and thanked her. Sciarro looked carefully at Wenda and immediately felt her gaze. Then Sciarro noted that Wendy became a little different. The dish today seemed much more delicious than when they tasted it in Yos's. Wendy raised her eyebrows in surprise, and then smiled and joked, "Is it true?" For a while, Itsuki asked all the girls to get together for a moment. The variety was wondered whether something serious happened. Itsuki sighed and replied that the situation causes some concern. He seeks to thank the girls and somehow please them, so he raises them with jewelry boxes, inviting these gifts. He gave Aina wonderful earrings, Sorte and Wendy, exquisite brooches for clothing, and Shiro, hairpins in the form of bells. Here, with a smile, he noted that these things were done on their own, because that's how he decided to thank them all. Suddenly, Izuki begins to be markedly nervous, and begins to dwell on the spot. The variety, noticing this, asks the guy why he is so worried. Izuki confesses that giving a gift directly to the face is very awkward and ashamed, so he feels uncomfortable. Nen was embarrassed but thanked the gentleman sincerely. Wendy assured that this gift would remain a real jewelry for her. Shiro cheerfully rang her bell, and the variety, a little ashamed, also expressed gratitude to the boy. Subsequently, it was here that she wondered in the variety and Aina whether they were already going to go. They say they could have a little rest. However, the variety replied that it was impossible. They are waiting for a new task, and it is thanks to it that they will finally be able to pay their senseless debt. Then they will finally become free. The girl says that from the tamed dog will turn again on the wild wolf. Izuki's unexpectedly reaches out her hand and asks her paw to give her paw. She immediately puts her palm into his palm. The variety, realizing her mistake, did not hold back tears and wept bitterly near the bitch. The young man turned to Aina, noticing her anxiety, and strictly advised her to be careful and protect herself and loved ones. Aina nodded to him in response, assuring that she understood everything. Huki wished the girl a happy road. The variety reported that their path was coming to an end. Ina, in response, noted that the girl seems to be right. The variety seriously answered that now is not the time for jokes. It is necessary to come up with something until Renki returned. If she learns that they became a man's servants, it is difficult to even imagine how she reacts. Aina noted that the variety is worried about the owner. But the variety denies it and adds, "Whatever it is, you need to move on with the raised mood." On the same day, in the presence of Yoshi's, a ceremony of concluding a contract between Wendy and Shiro took place. On the hands of the girls, the marks of the contract appeared. Yoshi said here that he did not think that I would so persistently persuade the servant to conclude an agreement, almost as if my wife was pushing her husband to marry. He is still quite inexperienced as a merchant and has a lot to learn. Izuki apologized that the man had to come specifically. Yasus thanked him for buying Wendy and Wide. Izuki again apologized, this time as Wide, because in fact, he made it to buy. Yes, he claims that he is sure that this girl will definitely need the boy. Suka supports this opinion by agreeing with it. Finally, he asks to report if something else happens. A little time passed, and Izuki was resting on the grass, enjoying the cool air. She approached Wendy and reminded that there would be a dinner soon. The girl wondered at the boy what he was doing here. In response, he noted that this garden was quite spacious, so he thought about arranging a garden here. Wendy is interested in what symbolizes this field. UKI agrees and confesses that when he first got here, he was also covered by similar reflections. Then Wendy addresses the young man to the question of whether he already had experience in the field. Izuki denies and confesses that he wanted to try. It will grow vegetables. Wendy will be engaged in flowers to decorate the house, and the Shear will go hunting in the mountains. And they will all be able to go fishing together. Subsequently, they invite Ain and Variety to visit. When Shiro wakes up, he asks the owner, as is about. In response, Suki with a smile notes that she wants all three to live happily. Shiro hugs Izuki and confesses that she is well with the owner. Izuki agrees, noting what a sweet Shiro. He mentally adds that it is this feeling of harmony here and now, what he has been so lacking now. For a while, the young man approaches Wendy and reports that guests came to them. This news is quite amazing. He did not expect anyone to see. Dharma and Measure came to him. The young man politely greeted and introduced himself as one of Darwin's children, calling his name Dharma. For him, it is a true honor to meet a young gentleman. He was confused by hearing Dharma, young lord. In vain, he did not bring smiles out of his face, and Izutsuki wondered what this attractive guy's smiles. It started to annoy him a little. For a while, Wendy returns, carrying a cup of tea on a tray. In vain, thanks the girl, after which he seems to be. He is one of Darwin's foster sons. His name is Invention. From now on, he is glad to get acquainted with the young man closer. He is responsible for the projection and construction with the foster father. It was in this role that the guy sought to introduce himself, but Dharma stated that he was only a latex student. He heard that the young gentleman copes well with sales. Here he thought that Dharma reminded him of an annoying and frivolous merchant. Without spending time, he asked the man what business he came with. Dharma sincerely apologized to Izuki, confessing that he had lost control of himself a little. Today he came to personally thank the young owner and ask for forgiveness. Izuki, in turn, asked what kind of thanks and apology it was. Dharma agreed, clarifying that it implies a case with Dad Rowe. The man has made a lot of hassles to the boy, so now he sincerely asked for everything. Juk, without particular concern, asked what happened to the Dad Rowe. Dharmas has wondered whether this is what he wants to hear here. He apologizes here and assures that he does not really need it. Dharmas approves such a decision, noting that it is a wise choice. He thought that both of them are foster sons, but what an incredible difference between them. He feared to find out. On what principle did his uncle make his choice? Dharmas assured that there was no need to worry about this person. On the contrary, they dealt with without any consequences, so he wanted to thank the young owner. Izuki noted that he had already concluded an agreement with Darwin, so she was not needed. He was thinking about what they managed to get rid of in that place. Dharma noted that it was not suitable. He sincerely sought to express his gratitude to the young master from the heart. Itsuki asked if it should not stop contacting him as a young gentleman. In response, the mayor warned her to be cautious, because Dharma is not too favored by girls. A strict mask of a real man was frozen on his face. In vain, she warned the mayor. He is not delighted with men, just for him, those who surpass him. In addition, the first in the queue is his father. The young owner himself is only third, so he reassures Itsuki, asking not to worry. Meanwhile, Itsuki mentally pleaded to stop. The measure suddenly intervened in the conversation, and reminded Dharma that the father himself determined, the young gentleman, her elect, so Dharma should be treated more seriously. Feeling embarrassed, Dharma asked for an apology. At this point, she thought that Dharma is annoyingly attractive, almost too good as her taste. He is not interested in girls, so such beauty can be considered astid. Dharma emphasized that he would never be pressed on someone else's will, but he believes the day will come when Huki would still understand him and visit him home. However, Kuki categorically stated that this would never happen. Subsequently, they went out into the yard. Dharma asked in bitches whether he liked the house and whether he had any remark. However, the bitches assured that everything is wonderful, he cannot complain about anything, so Dharma may not worry. Dharma smiled and noted that Izuki would behave extremely carefully. The measure, having joined the conversation, asked Izuki whether it is convenient for him to use the bathroom. Suki noted that this bathroom looks great. The mayor with a smile confessed that it was she who created this design. Suki asked if she was really true. The measure agreed and added that sometimes, while doing the work, she paid attention to the preferences of others homeless. For the sake of satisfying the young owner, she was taught full. He noted that the Japanese appreciate their bathing rituals, so he called it a real masterpiece. The mayor replied that she liked such words. Measure asks the boy to warn her when he's about to go to the city. She promises to show him a place that many local vagrants liked. He thinks himself. The girl looks educated, similar to a child from a wealthy family. Why did she fall under the care of Darwin? Dharmas apologizes for everything and says it's time to say goodbye. If they need something, let them go without hesitation. And he emphasizes, "Thank you, Huki. Thank you, Dharma. Thank you, Mara." Itsuki sighed and noted that the guests are tired. At this point, Shiro was loudly in his stomach. Itsuki looked at the girl with apology and confessed that he was also quite hungry. Shiro nodded, confirming that she also wanted to eat. Itsuki took her hand and said thoughtfully, "Interesting that it would be for dinner today." Shiro replied that she saw Wendy fry a large piece of meat. It took some time, and Izuki, Shiro, and Wendy have already settled at the table, tasting in dinner. After finishing the meal, Izuki settled on a chair and complained with laughing that he was so old that he was now barely fitting in his chair. Wendy interrupted Izuki's reflections, saying that she had already prepared a bath for him. She wondered if the guy wanted to use it. Izuki thanked her. The girl reported that she would also join a little later. Raising her hands, she had cheerfully added that she also wanted to swim with the owner. They soon go to the bathroom. Izuki undertake to soap Shiro hair, jokingly calling her guest. At the same time, she is wondering whether it is itchy in Shiro behind her ear. Then he thoroughly washed the shampoo from her hair. She already wanted to shake the water, as Izuki asked her to stop, and instead immersed in the hot water. Shiro Strigolov rushed to the bath. Her companion Yuki warned, "If you run, you will definitely fall." Despite this, Shiro immediately plunged into the water. We wondered, even being a cat, she bathed without any difficulty. It turned out to be the key, so Ki tried to ask Shiro not to swim in the bathroom, but the girl did not even listen to him. She was too passionate about her business. Then he wondered if everything was fine with Shiro. In response, she just smiled and said that bathing brings her real pleasure. At this time, Wendy also undressed to take a bath. Izuki had already plunged into warm water and enjoyed a pleasant battle with Shiro. He advised Shiro to fit comfortably, plunge on his shoulders, and warm up well. It enters the Wendy to the bathroom. The girl is washed thoroughly and then carefully approaches a bitch, which does not even pay attention to her. She quietly apologizes that she was worried. Wendy is lowered into the bathroom. Suddenly, Shiro became hot, and she announced she was going out. Now Wendy remained alone with her companion. Wendy is the first to break the silence, apologizes to Izuki, and carefully asks if he can visit the boys today. Izuki agrees. It has passed for a while. The young man was resting on his bed when suddenly knocked on the door. It was a squeak that allowed the guest to go. The room enters Wendy in a home bathrobe and apologizes to Izuki for unexpected worry. For a while, he was already sitting on the bed next to Wendy and said that immediately after receiving his salary, he always visited that restaurant. Rice cutlets and meat dishes were a real taste for taste. He very much wanted Wendy to taste these delicacies. The girl joked that if the dear gentleman shared her recipe, she may have been able to cook something like that, although the taste would probably be completely different. Izuki agrees that it is probably so, but still wants it to prepare this dish next time. Silence prevailed. Suddenly he remembered his first date. Then between him and the girl, too. There were embarrassing pauses, tightened and silent. Wendy gently takes the young man by his hand and says that he is not necessarily so ceremony, because she is only his servant. Here he suddenly interrupts the girl, confessing that he likes Wendy very much. He immediately addresses Wendy with a question. Does she feel something like him? Wendy agrees, intertwines her fingers, and confesses that this gentleman is incredibly liked. Uki is unlike any of the men she knew before. Even if she is a servant and an agreement is concluded, all this does not matter. The only thing she wants is that this young man accepts her as his wife while they are together. Wendy sank on the bed, and Zagi, leaning above her, looked carefully at her. The distance was reduced between them, and the faces of both were burning with a shy. Suddenly the door opened, and Shiro came to the room. The girl confused the door. She was not at the restroom. Shiro approached Wendy and Izuki, wondering what they were doing. Itsuki hurried to find an excuse and stated that Wendy is bad, so he just watches her. Then Shiro turned to Wendy, asking whether it was really good. Suki reported that everything was fine with Wendy, and then suggested taking the girl to the toilet. After that, Wendy remained in the room herself. The next morning, Icheki, looking into the sun, thought about how he could not sleep. Shiro approached him and reported that Wendy had already called everyone to breakfast. After a while, the young man had breakfast. Wendy wondered if he wanted some soup. Suki eagerly agreed and asked for supplements. He felt extremely awkwardly with Wendy. It was here that he reported that today he was going to jump to Littrick only for a short time. He has already agreed with the young man. It passed for a while. The young man gathered and declared the girl going. Wendy urged him to be cautious. Dry sharply turned and moved away, but suddenly returned. Carefully took the girl by his shoulders and promised that next time everything would be different. He would do everything right. Wendy is incredibly embarrassed. He left the house, waved the girl for goodbye. Wendy smiled and wished the boy a happy road. Fun, with a confused smile, he hurried to do her business. Some time has passed, and a friend of the heroic visited a skilled alchemist. Lithric considered the infusion carefully, praising its quality, because the potion really became better. Now the young man can try to create an elixir of greater difficulty, and his companion gladly agreed to it. Lithric smiled with cunning and noted that the boy's answer was too weak. After that, he wondered if he was really tired of being surrounded by cute slaves. He just laughed in response. After that, he told the woman in detail about everything that happened, having completed his story with a description of the appearance wide, and how everything ended with nothing. Lithric wondered if the guy returned to his room. Suki replied that he was confused and was in full confusion. Lithric stated that this guy is a solid disaster, and it is these reasons that often lead to divorce. She called Suzuki a fool and added that he, as a real man, just left the woman alone in bed when she was ready for proximity. She calls for Siki to follow her and asks if the guy is busy. Then he announces that he will now read the lecture and pour something into a glass. The woman offered to drink it first. Ki responded with surprise. Why should he drink something right now? Lithric replied that if he was able to tell about it on a sober head, then she would treat him with tea. The young man assured that everything was fine with him. He then remembered how Wendy confessed to him in sympathy. However, at that moment he doubted. Is it true feelings, or just a humble answer to the slave? Lithric added that this young man dared to challenge the Aventurist Guild, Darwin. However, even the little things were worried now. He replied that if he hugged her with such emotions, he would probably hurt her. That is why, leaving the room with Shiro, he did not dare to return, just escaped. Lithric mockingly noted that here is a worthless man. He should pay attention not only to himself, but also to take care of his partner. The woman perfectly possesses the art of deception, but when the decisive moment comes, her true emotions still break out without betraying her essence. Itsuki wondered whether this story was based on real events, because it was difficult for him to imagine it. Lithric also emphasized that Izuki is too straightforward and rough. Yuki smiles, after which she appeals to the woman to stay with him until the end. Lithric responds cold, saying that he is not going to care for the guy if he suddenly gets lost. It passed for a while, and the young man fell asleep directly at the table, like a cool manuscript. He asked her not to touch nothing and to go to rest. The girl nodded as a sign of consent. Lithric covered the boy with a blanket, calling him a real brawler. Flattening her cradle, she added that the girl was partly guilty of the situation. The next morning he returned home. Wendy looked at the boy with excitement. Suddenly, Wee dropped to his knees, greeted with Wendy with warmth, wished her a good morning, and reported that he had returned. Wendy, a little awkward, met the guest with a restrained smile. For a while, Wendy stretched a bunch of tea, confessing that she made him a little stronger, hoping that the guy would finally be reached. Suki thanked her with a sincere smile. Shiro wondered in Izuki what he did, because Wendy was angry. Izuki thought that she probably just kept an image on him through his words, though he returned home only in the morning. She wondered if the guy was working today. Wee nodded, confirming that yes, but said, "The next time is still time, so it is not too loaded now." Then she asked Wide whether he could play with her today. He comes to Shiro and says that he has a small request for him, and then, casting his gaze on Wendy, adds that it seems that today he will still help her. The girl, with an indifferent expression of the face, assured the boy that she will handle on her own, and he should not worry. However, Suki noticed that her words did not have the desired effect. In the Wendy in her eyes did not shine joy. When she pulled her lips and moved to the exit, Itsuki tried to talk to her, but she ignored him. At despair, Itsuki grabbed his head, and Shiro rushed to reassure him. Wendy was slowly walking the corridor, and, barely holding back tears, sighed and confessed that she was waiting for the owner all this time. Some time passed, and he, lying on a soft grass under a gentle sunlight, thought about how much he offended Wendy. The awareness of this was depressing him, and he could not understand how to be right now. It happened. He could not come on a date for urgent cases. The girl was angry, tensions were born between them, and eventually the relationship broke up. The bitches with reproach noticed the girl that she behaved like a small child, if so offended by the little things. Outraged, the girl quit. What's the guy? If he considers himself an adult, then at least let his own promises. Tsukili sat on the grass, and later stood up and said that he had to apologize sincerely, even if Wendy could not forgive him. But suddenly the girl came to the boy and asked if she could sit nearby. The guy, named Suiki, agreed without hesitation. At some point, they talked to each other, but suddenly cut off the conversation. It was then that the skeleton stood sharply from its seat. Without a single word, he turned to Wendy, bowed deeply, and sincerely apologized. Although he promised to prevent any mistake, now he sincerely apologizes. Wendy surprisingly first confused and later laughing. Wendy sighed deeply, saying that this time she was ready to forgive Izoki, and then asked the boy if he knew that she was waiting for him all these days. The girl came closer and begged Izuki no longer leave her alone. He promised that he would now be near. At that moment, Wendy hugged him and whispered quietly that it was now their promise. Itsuki had already begun to believe that Wendy had forgiven him, but Shiro suddenly appeared here. He intervened in the conversation, asking how to make things with Wendy, whether they reconciled, given that she was still hungry. Wendy promised to take up the dinner immediately, and Yuki added that Shiro will be able to spend a little time with him after the meal. A little time after lunch passed. Shiro, along with their bundles, removed utensils from the table. Then, Shiro turned to the boy and asked what he was here. Suki recalled this moment. He noted that from the moment of appearance in this world, he has been constantly protected by others. Now he thought, how to learn how to defend himself. The guy demonstrates his own invention. Using magic, he causes hammer from the air. Wendy is delighted. She exclaims enthusiastically that it is incredible and is wondering if it is some special ability. Tsuki explains that it is spatial witchcraft. When he first came here, he was convinced that he was a chest given to him by the goddess. However, Gayato's friend lifted him a magic bag, so the novelty never had to be tested. But as he increased, he finally decided to check it in action. He uses the magic of space and creates a magical shield. Wendy looks confusedly without realizing what happened. Then Izuki invites her to touch him. Wendy carefully extends his hand and encounters an invisible obstacle. It is undoubtedly an invisible wall. Dry Readiness agrees and notes that it is capable of erecting transparent walls. This can securely defend itself. The guy returns to Shiro and asks her to strike with this weapon. Shiro hesitates and asks whether he is really confident in his choice. But Oki also agrees, encouraging her not to hesitate and try it on everyone. Shiro warns that he starts, and suddenly rushes to the guy attack. At that moment, Kuki realizes that his protective wall really saved his life. After that, the guy asks the girl not to stop and continuously attack. Shiro nods as a sign of consent and immediately begins the attack. Suddenly, the protective wall here does not stand, and crumbles on piles. Suzuki explains that the endurance of this thing has a limit. Quite logical, because it would be too suspicious if it could be used endlessly. After that, he is interested in, what about a magical attack? Wendy interrupts him, enthusiastically noting that she has already mastered the majority, and, if the guy wants, will help him with it. The guy asks the girl to use magic in surprise. Wendy agrees and takes the case, saying the spell. Oki was already standing for battle. Wendy released a water attack, and the bitch wall crumbled even faster, finally cracked. The guy swept a wave of splashes. Wendy was worried about whether everything was fine with Izuki. The guy assured that it is not necessary to worry. Its barrier is able to protect both physical attacks and magical influences. However, in counteracting magic, its strength is slightly less. At least having it, he will be able to take care of his own safety if something happens. It was quite comforted by Wei, and she happily announced that they were going to the city tonight. He will invite everyone to an evening guest for a wonderful company. Shiro is terribly pleasing. At this moment, Ain and Variety were desperately fought with the monster. The Variety was voting loudly that the monster rapidly rushed to her. Aina quickly confirmed, immediately grabbing her sword. Instantly rushing forward, she plunged the blade into the monster. Separating and trimming the monster's horns, the girl reported that almost all the necessary materials from this area were already collected. Aina called her, informed that the food was already on the table. The Variety tasted the dish and noted that today's taste is superior to yesterday. At least it can already be eaten, not just watching. At that time, the Variety reassured Inu. They say, it is not necessary to invent complex dishes, because ordinary home kitchen also has its own charm. Ina just sighed and said that this option would not work for her. She understands that as a woman is unlikely to be able to fully please the owner, but at least in something else she wants to be useful for him. The variety wondered why cooking. At the same time, she wondered what words she would have picked up for the reng if she saw in her current state. At this time, on the second 40 wall, the girl asked the guards to miss her, citing urgent and important things. The man resolutely refused and reported that the border pledge was ordered. If she appeared, in any case, not to let in. The girl wondered why such a decision was made. The man assured that the duration did not matter, but that's where it ended. The girl was called Reng, and she repeatedly emphasized that she had no money at all. Rin explained that she was in a hurry, and then asked the guards to miss her. And again, the guard insisted once again. This time they cannot allow even Rin. The girl was angry. She sharply pointed towards and ordered the guards to turn around. The guard does not notice anything behind, but then his gaze stops just on the Rengen. The girl hits the guard on the head. He falls immediately, and she rushes to the gate. The other guard lifts the scroll to the lips and whistles sharply. Reng returns to Ain and Variety and asks them not to move, because the fugitive already goes to them. Meanwhile, her bitches strolled with an area as she suddenly paid attention to a strange creature. She resembled potatoes, but, surprisingly, moved on her own legs. Oki said that there was a strange creature here. Wendy joked that it was mine. Apparently it fled from a store. Oki asked the girl inquirically, what was mai? Wendy explained that it was a vegetable. The key was surprised to ask if the vegetables really go here. Wendy nodded and confirmed that most of them really move. And then she looked around and asked if the vegetables were fixed in the owner of the world. Hucky agreed, noting that you probably will not find the vegetables who can walk, but there are fish that run faster than the wind. Wendy, smiling, noted that it was extremely exciting. At the same moment, Mai sorted out and began to bite. The girl turned to the owner, confessing that she was hungry terribly. The young man, having twisted, noted that it looks quite disgusting. He gently stroked Shiro on his head and apologized. After that, he wondered if she wanted to have a snack. Shiro confessed that she was very hungry. Idzaki stated that the decision has already been made. There will be meat for dinner, and the girl will get so much dishes to eat plenty. After that, he asked Inwenda if she knew a good establishment in these parts. The girl confirmed with a smile and assured the young man that she could safely rely on her. They went on the road. All this time, the Wendy's nose was on her hands in Shirojan, and every time their views met, both were embarrassed. In the end, the whole company reached the restaurant, where it was enough to eat with exquisite nutrition. The night came, and the streets of the city were filled with patrolmen who were hunting for Rengoing. The girl barely had time to run, complaining that the guards did not give her a moment of rest. She jumped from the roof. At the same moment, Shiro confessed that she wanted to eat. It is amazing how so much is contained in such a small calf, a solid surprise for Shuki. Renge flew just over his bitch, loudly ordered to get out of the road. Suki turned, and at the same moment, Renga struck him with his knee in his face. They fell, knocking down a few barrels. Gray instantly grabbed a dagger. At the same moment, the guards ran to them, ordering the girl not to move and stop fleeing. Having released sharp claws, she warned that if someone was approaching, only the flaps will remain here. The girl whispered softly to the boy apologies, recognizing that she hopes at least a little help on his part. She begged him once again to help save her comrades. Feeling fear, Wendy hurriedly turned to Shiro and later called the master. Suki assured that everything was fine with him and asked Shiro to spend Wendy home. The young man smiled warmly. At that moment, the guard shouted to the girl so that she no longer fall into the mess. She whispered here to turn the girl into the right lane and run away. The girl grabbed her hand here and pulled him into a tight street. Behind the voices of the guards thundered. They commanded to stop. They rushed into a narrow lane here with Renga, but the guards were not behind and persecuted. Suddenly, she resorted to 3-level magic to use a spatial spell. He built an invisible wall, which all the guards hit the acceleration. Others, embarrassed, began to ask what had happened, and one of the men replied that for some reason he could not go further. She apologized to them, and then advised the girl to spend time first. Rangji supported her, after which he cast a short look towards the guy. At that moment, Izuki and Ringa watched Shiru standing on the roof of the building. The girl remembered the words of Wendy who instructed her to protect Mr. Izuki. Suddenly, Shiru broke from the roof, and landing, said she knew the whole truth. A little time passed, and Azuki with Renge found themselves in a place that the young man knew well. The girls met men welcome and sincerely, gifting them with a warm smile. They not only mixed cocktails, but also kindly met visitors, accompanying everyone to the table. Ranga asked the guy what the establishment was. The shum noted that he was personally familiar with the owner, so he suggested using his connections. Reng noted that the guy brought her into this remote place and doubted his intentions. This is a supper that nothing would happen. Even the guards do not see so far, so they can sit quietly here, far from other people's eyes. He explained that those men were guards, so he asked the girl what she blamed. Rengi confessed that she has a good thing now with money. Hearing it, she added, so the girl just didn't pay for the entrance. The man asked the girl how her name is. Range named her name. Then Suk remembered that she said recently she was going to save her comrades. Renj confirmed, everything is right. Her comrades are now in trouble. The girl confesses that he belongs to the ranks of adventurers, and then she is wondering if the guy ever heard about the Purple Row. Her associates, Aina and Varieties, are also included in this group. Once upon a time, she received a letter from the Variety. It seems that some man stole them. The woman stretches the boy with a piece of paper, explaining that this is the letter. The Variety asked in Renga how she feels. Now, together with Ina, they are held captive. Both became servants of the insidious vagrant, who boldly squeezed them with a predatory look. He recently saw Inu without clothes. Izuki did not joke, because this girl sent a Renge some weird letter. Renge explained that everything happened that way, so now she seeks to find this man and save them both. It was Huki who stopped the girl and asked her to calm down and give him to speak. Apparently, the vagrant referred to in this letter is probably himself. Reng laughed, calling it a bad joke. Suddenly, the employee joined them, and, when she sat down, asked Azuki if he really intended to capture the whole purple border. She did not have time to finish as Reng suddenly became angry and rushed on Itsuki in a hand-to-hand battle. For several months, Ein, Variety, and Reng were in the Adventurers Guild. One day, Ein came with a roll in their hands. The girl asked if she really was addressed to them, and whether she was a personal character for her. The girl replied that this was an urgent request from the hand, so as always, she turned to Renga. The Variety carefully launched the package and noted that everything really looks like that, and it is undoubtedly addressed. The girl wondered if it was really an earthly dragon, and stressed that in this case they should be hurried. And Ina asked if these creatures appear here so often. Renge nodded, assured that it was a common thing for her. She promised to understand and go back quickly. The Variety was carefully asking whether Ranga would handle this task. Reng assured that it was simple, but the Variety warned the girl not to lose vigilance and to act carefully, since the lightness of Renga could lead to trouble. Ringhai smiled and said what it means. The final decision was made, and she would gradually get used to the new one. It passed for a while and Ringhai arrived in the hand. Renga wiped sweat from her face, mutilating that the heat today, as always, is incredible. Suddenly, someone grabbed her by the tail. The girl looked around and noticed the children nearby. She said confidently that she guessed as the Reng. The guy smiled and confirmed, yes, this is his younger sister. Rin greeted the children, noting that she had not seen them for a long time. She wondered how she was in Su and Pem, and then asked Shama to ask what had happened to him and why they were all wounded. Shama said she was injured by the attack of the Earth Dragon. When she returned home with her father after the trade, they suddenly attacked this fierce creature. His father injured his leg, so now his mother must work and take care of her son at the same time is not easy for her. Rengjie approaches the guy to cheer him up. She puts something in his palm and asks to pass it on to Dad. Shama asked whether it was really money. The wound with a slight smile remembered that she had a debt to her father Shama, and hurriedly apologized for the delay. But Shama still doubted and wondered again whether she really said. Rank asked Sham to pass on hi to her dad. The girl at this time admitted that she was hungry. She wanted to eat terribly. She called everyone to the table, suggested to a snack together. Children gladly attacked this idea. Subsequently, she treated all the wonderful dishes, and closer to the evening to the Adventurers Guild, she jumped grill. The man apologized to the guest, explaining that because of the recent fuss with the earthly dragons, all the inhabitants went somewhere. Range greeted with him, noting that they had not been seen for a long time. The man did not hide the surprise and wondered if she was able to come. The Reng apologized and explained that she had traveled a long journey from Einshile. The man replied that he also had to hear these rumors. Rinde immediately apologized for care, explaining that she absolutely needed certain technical means and information. The man agreed and said that the Earth's dragons first appeared about 3 months ago. Several individuals may have survived from the last time the eggs remained. Local adventurers, along with the self-defense detachment, went to fight them. But even so, the skin of the Earth's dragon is so strong that ordinary weapons are completely powerless. Satisfied with the attacks on people, these creatures disappear in sandy depth, plunging into a dream before the next hunt. The dragon is almost elusive, and to cope with it is a very difficult task. Ring was watching them and suggested that 3 strangers were in front of him. They were last seen 5 days ago on the southern oasis. Only these stingy information was at his disposal. Rank noted that she did the right thing, having come here. I am sure that I would withstand everything. But the variety in such a trap would not be in humor. She looked closely at the dummy, who was lifeless from the tree branch. Suddenly, a real storm rose under the dummy, and the dragon emerged from the ground. The monster looked at the unusual figure with interest, not understanding what she was dealing with. Renge noted that after 3 days of continuous expectation, the first drag finally appeared. Having ripped off her cape, she announced loudly, "It was time to make a punishment." The girl laughs at the dragon, calling it a regular lizard. Now he was destined to become a prey. She boldly rushes against a formidable opponent. It was at this point, after taking the bath, that Ina approached the variety and reported that the bath was already free. The girl replied that she would soon finish her business and go there too. Ayn is surprised to ask if it's really a letter. The variety nods and adds that there were already many trials on their way, so she decided to tell the rank openly about everything that was happening. The variety looked out the window and quietly expressed the hope that everything was fine with Renge. Then, at that moment, the girl waged a fierce battle with the Earth's dragon. The dragon waves a powerful tail. Rangi deftly evades, demonstrating a wonderful reaction, and suddenly one attack still finds his goal. The girl customizes to the side, with delight in noting that the protection of the dragon is really impressive. Therefore she announces that he will be acting seriously. The girl rushes rapidly and causes a dragon stroke, leaving traces of damage on it. It is aptly targeted between rocky scales, and pulls out some slippery, disgusting substance. The dragon was defeated. Rang wiped her face, reporting that there were 2 more dragons left. 2 weeks have passed, and the Rang enjoyed bathing in the oasis. The girl returns to the village and confesses that she was delayed longer than she planned. The children are passionate about exclaiming that it was just incredible. On his own, having defeated the earthly dragon, Renge earned her sincere gratitude to all residents of the city. Shema gladly reported that his father would soon be able to walk. On this, the girl just smiled warmly and said that I was glad to such news. Then Renge appears in the Adventurers Guild. She is met by Guildmaster, thanking the girl for saving everyone. However, Renge only modestly waves, they say. Nothing special, is just her work. The man apologized to the girl, explaining that he could not raise enough amount at this time. He promised to send money to the girl's guild later. Range also reported that they can take on further work with bodies. Then the head of the guild reports that the girl received a letter. Rang asks as much as he came from. The leader replies that the message arrived from Ainshil. The girl realized that the letter came from the variety. Running her eyes on the lines, she was rapidly angry and rushed away from the guild. The guild leader asked what happened. Randy apologized to her husband, explained that it should urgently solve important things, and promised to return another time. The leader of the guild explained that the girl was terribly busy and completely forgot about a sheet with a letter. It was at this moment that she ran, begging in Inu and Variety to wait. She shouted that she would certainly defeat this man. At that moment, she wanted to give a shone of Akatiki, and he, covered with fear, hurried to cover her head with her hands. Suddenly, Shiro appeared between them and strictly turned to the girl. Enough. Another wrong step, and Shiro will not leave her a chance. Itsuki was sincerely stunned by the unexpected appearance of Shiro. Reng ordered Shiro to stay away, but she remained to protect Izuki. The angry Reng rushed with his fists, but Shiro cleverly reflected her sword. Renge noted Shiro that she was interfering. At the same moment, the visitors of the establishment were much frightened. The voltage in the air became noticeable, because the situation actually acquired a dangerous shade. The men ran to the girls and wondered what they were doing. Reng lost vigilance for a moment, and it was at that moment that disappeared from her view. However, in a moment she flashed wide on the side, and her sword cut the air with a whistle. In the morning she tried to defend herself, but suddenly the dagger, which was held by Shiro, scattered directly in her hands. The next moment, Shiro rapidly attacked her leg. Range grabbed Shiro by her leg, angrily throwing that she was only confused under her feet. After these words, Range pushed Shiro sideways with force. Shiro flew rapidly in the direction of the employee. But, frightened, she turned away and made a frightened cry. At that moment, Shiro laid her back on her back, and then so gently jumped sideways. Range reported Shiro that she had already paid because she was a profitable target. The girl swung his fist, but Shiro cleverly slipped out of her grip and jumped skillfully through her. Suddenly, she turned into the air and struck the rank powerfully in the back of the back. The most gently landed, and the ranks flew away, as if it were rolled. Fury swept Shiro to such a degree that she lightly released her claws and threatened to deal immediately with Reng. At this point, Izuki carefully took the girl by her hand and explained Shiro that she was not the enemy, but the ally, comrade Aina, and variety. Ranga stressed that Aina and the variety were her comrades, so she would certainly save both. Meanwhile, Wee quickly reported Shiro about her intention to escape with him. Now it was in vain. There was no point in this. It is now more important to contact the yen and the variety and find out what is happening. At that moment, Reng, with a scoop of the table, was directly in eat. He grabbed the boy wide for his clothes and dragged abruptly, rescuing it from the inevitable blow. The girl assured that she would hold Ranga and the owner had a dead man. However, Shiroa calmly replied that everything is under control and most likely, Range would not dare to kill her. She sincerely apologized to Shiro and assured that she was counting on her help. The girl rushed forward, but Range immediately activated the magical seal and strictly stated that she would not let him go. The whole ridge of sharp thorns grew around her. Shiro managed to defend herself, but the chain of deadly stimulars reached her Suki and wounded it. Izuki fell, grabbing the wound. Acute pain pierced the body, and looking at the palm he saw blood. The cold ran on the back. Is it really his blood? Why is it so painful? Shiro rushed to her master, pleading not to give up. Range sharply ordered the girl to retreat, but Shiro stubbornly remained in place without moving a step. A moment, and Yasus was nearby, saying that it is enough. The rudder who surrounded Ranga finally caught up with them. At that moment he sat wide next to Yatsuki. Yasi, having learned that the client was in danger, he rushed to the head here. The situation seemed to him truly alarming. At that moment, Wenda, making his way through the darkness, urged everyone to resist. Seeing the bloody Itsuki, she was scared and begged to hold on to her eyes. Izuki squeezed from unbearable pain. Yasus asked Wendy to calm down and advised to give the guy first aid first. After that, he extended her a bottle with a healing elixir. Eve opened a bottle of potion and asked the gentleman to endure a little while she treats his wound. At that moment, Ren was surrounded by guards. One of them strictly proclaimed that the girl was arrested from now on and advised her not to resist. At that moment, the girl raised her leg, but she was strictly ordered to stay still. Suddenly, a magical seal broke out under her foot. She took advantage of the sticky swamp, and all the guards were immediately stuck, losing the opportunity to move. At the same moment, she ranged rapidly to the boy, her eyes sowed with a fierce determination. In her thoughts, only one goal raged: to destroy this guy just as she once destroyed the bitches. Suddenly, Gray appeared just behind the girl. Pushing from the ceiling, she rapidly shrugged and pressed Rengi to the floor like a lightning, which leaves no time to escape. Yasus appealed to the guard with a request to detail the girl immediately while there was still possible. The guard agreed without hesitation. Yasis turned to Shiro and noted that the girl had assisted. In response, Shiro just shrugged. It was no longer important, because now everything was decided by the main thing: to save the teacher. Wendy asked to take adventurers to the guild. Yaz asked the girl why she needed to get there. Wouldn't the church or hospital be a more reliable choice? Wendy replied that the elixirs of the master are here, and this is the closest place. Yosuz supported her words, but unexpectedly the guards intervened and asked how to do them with Renhei. Yasa proposed to take her to her estate and promised to talk to the master personally. At the same time, he threw a threatening look on Ranga. Meanwhile, Izuki's adventurers finally came to her senses. When he sat next to his bed, you were genuinely surprised that the guy was awake. Izuki quietly called Wendy, and the girl with a smile reported that now everything was fine. Suki was surprised to be in the guild, and immediately asked why he was here. Wendy explained that they temporarily borrowed this room to help the master, and only at that moment did Suki mention his injury. Then Shiro rushed into the hugs of the guy. In tears, she apologized. Izuki looked at her in surprise and asked why Shiro apologized. The girl noted that Shiro did not cope with the task and was unable to properly protect her master, which was why he was injured. She sincerely apologized to the guy. We asked with a smile what the girl was saying. If it weren't for a lot, he would really have to be sad. He gently grabbed the girl for his cheeks and sincerely thanked her. Then Guki turns to Wendy and apologizes for inconvenience, but only smiles gently and assures that nothing wrong has happened. The head of the guild said that when the girls brought him, they were in a real panic because of a big wound in the guy's side. Kay immediately wondered if it was true. Wendy reported that the master's potion had treated the wound, although the scar is likely to remain. The leader of the guild asked who decided to do the guy. Suddenly, Yuki jumped out of bed and asked her alarming whether Ina and Variety returned. The head of the guild replied that they were still not visible here. He cast his gaze on Shiro and asked if the girl guessed what happened to them. Shiro only silently shook her head. Suddenly, Ain appeared at the door and reported that Ranji was now in Yashisa's mansion. For a suicide, it was a surprise to return Ina. He noted that he had an important conversation with the girl. However, Ina replied that Yasis had already told her about all the recent events. Aina bows low, sincerely asking for everything that has happened. She understands that simple sorry is not enough, but now it is the least that she is able to do. The leader of the guild was informed about what is being discussed, and for what reason Ina is at all apologizing. In response, Ina explained that Reng attacked the master. This news stunned all those present in the guild. The leader, holding back irritation, asked why this happened again. Wendy wondered who the Reng was. Ina explained that he was once part of their team. Then Wendy, amazed, asked, "How could the Innie's associate do that?" Wendy insisted on Ina's explanations, because any mistake could put the owner's life at risk. She tried to calm Wendy, urging her to calm down. After that, she asked Ina to ask why there was no variety with her. At this point, in Nasus's estate, one of the men notes Rensi that she had already made a lot of time. She did not pay the introductory tax of the Horback, broke through the gate of the castle and also attacked the guards. The girl also destroyed the establishment under his leadership and attempted the murder. However, Yasa reported that the victim is now undergoing treatment and will certainly remain alive. The man showed sympathy for the girl. Reng began to fight and break out, but Yosas warned the girl not to waste his strength in vain. These shackles could not even be able to. Made of a special alloy designed to catch the most dangerous monsters. In addition, this material dissipates magical energy, so the girl will not be able to use charms. He also does not want the girl to turn the estate into ruins, as has already happened to his institution. At the same moment, Reng with anger clasped her teeth when the variety rapidly raced the corridor. She flew into the room and called Renga loudly. The variety asked Yasis not to do brutally with the rank. But in response, Yasis denied his cruelty. One of his shops was destroyed, and the owner of the variety almost died. In his opinion, all this wine is the variety. If she had not sent that letter to Renga, all this would not have happened. Trembling with fear ran in the veins of varieties. Yasis is wondering if the girl did not want it. However, regardless of her true intentions, she perceives the result as she sees now. An important business partner almost died, and the girl's girlfriend was outlawed. He claims that his own capriciousness is guilty of everything. Ringa shouted to her husband so that he would stop immediately, and then asked with indignation why he dumps all the blame on the variety, because all this is her own business. She did not feel a drop of regret, because she did everything for the sake of protecting variety and Ain. The variety exclaimed to the rank, which was wrong. Everything was not true. No one was abused or treated. The rank asks the girl with surprise what it is about. The variety suddenly burst into tears and began to apologize to the girl. Yasis explained that Varieties and Ain had concluded an agreement with Yatsuki, but their contract was only to service debt. Due to the harm that Yatsuki was caused by adventure seekers, Ain and Variety took blame on behalf of the guild. As a result, both became servants. However, they say that there were a rather warm relationship between them. Therefore, the content of this letter is not true. But if the girl read it to the end, it could be avoided. He demonstrates a letter to the girl, explaining that it is a continuation of the message that Renge left in Guild Rikach. The letter came from there today. Then Yasa states that it is time to move to the substance. He reminds that the variety is guilty of incitement. Yasa asks if the girl is aware of her now. The variety is poured with tears. Her thoughts are returning to the first meeting with Yutsuki. Since then she could not tolerate him. His meaningless laughter and a constant habit of getting into his business annoyed her to the nonsense. She did not like how Aina smiles at him. It seemed as if it was displaced from its own place. She dreamed impatiently to leave Icheki as soon as possible. However, every time such thoughts appeared in her head, he did not repel her. She thinks that jokes, anger, and even laughter were all good. The girl did not notice when she had such feelings. She is shaken by a shame. To write such a senseless message, what a shame. She was at danger, and she was cruelly behaved with range. The girl dropped his knees in front of Yasus and began to apologize. She blamed herself for herself and was ready for everything, so he was pleased to turn to her husband, asked him to forgive Ring. The rank exploded with a cry, demanding from the sort to silence. After all, Yasus sells forbidden things, and if the girl talks about it, he will not hesitate to twist her and will no longer let go. Rangi exclaims that it was only her trick, and the letter here is absolutely nothing. If you already punish someone, then let the responsibility lie on it. The variety began to apologize for the girl, while blaming herself for forcing the kind Rene to do so. The girl sincerely apologized. With tears in her eyes, bowed Rene and asked for forgiveness. I was enthusiastically clapped in his palm and exclaimed that he was just incredible. As we should expect from the inhabitants of the Red Turn, their unity and durability were striking. But the law for all is unwavering. How much do not cry or will, it will change anything. He points to the variety and Rangai, stating that they should now comply with the orders of the Lord in accordance with the law. He claims that they like a criminal business. The famous adventure finder instantly turns into a light-hearted girl. He is convinced that the variety will certainly gain a frantic success. It was at that moment that Renge called her husband. Yasa strictly noted that her act was a crime. Unfortunately, he can do nothing. The law relentlessly places all responsibility on him. Suddenly, Tsuki intervenes in conversation and talks. He politely apologizes for his unexpected appearance, while referring to Yasus with a proposal to listen to him. According to Tsuki, the man does not threaten anything. Meanwhile, the variety is surprising on the face. It clearly did not expect this appearance. The bitch confidently stepped into the dungeon. He, trembling with fear and amount, was hesitantly followed by Ain. The young man reached forward and noted that everyone should first listen to his words. It was here that she tried to convince Yasis that that man missed something really significant. Yasis noticed the young man with surprise and greeted him. The merchant asked if the guy had heard better. Izuki scratched his nose and said with a smile that he was already feeling much better. And all this thanks to the potion he gave him Yosus. The young man took a few steps deep into the dungeon and noticed Sarte, who trembled, standing on his side. She reacted instantly and turned to the girl. The girl bowed the gentleman low and immediately began to repent, confessing that she had committed an irreparable act. Then the variety did not stop apologizing, repeating the same words again and again. Tears rolled across her cheeks. It was obvious that the girl was frightened to death. She gently stroked her on her head and assured that everything was not the way she thinks. The guy also intervened, promising to express his objections to the letter. Now they had to deal with the new unpleasant situation. That man did not stop. He continued to iron the variety and threatened that he would certainly do something with her, after which he called you. The variety burst into tears even more. At this point, he hugged the girl here and quietly asked her to believe him. The variety could not answer anything expressive, but slowly began to nod her head. Rang, closed in a chain, watched closely for everything that happened. The girl was quite surprised to see how much the variety repented of this young man. She smiled here and returned to Yashasu. He noted that the merchant may have already released Renge, because such cases are not at all so much here. Yasus looked lazy at the young man and replied that he could not do it now. In response, the young man insisted, Renge is a dangerous criminal who must be in custody. Gricky spread his hands, begging no more to say such things about this girl. The young man added that he would like to discuss everything, but the current situation around him is not at all. Yasus sniffed him sharply, saying that there is no point in arguing here. The merchant added that the owner will now decide the fate of Ranhai and Variety. He also said that he was ready to leave the incident with a damaged product in the past and compensate for Yasus's damages for the store. Moreover, Itsuki assured that even he was ready to reward the girl's apology. which they allegedly have to express him as a moral satisfaction. When he asked if he would arrange such a proposal of Yasus, it was evident that the merchant thought. Finally, Yasus said that his Suki almost died, and now he deliberately spends money, begging for forgiving the offender. The man closed his eyes and shook his head, noted that his Zungi was extremely good in good luck, but once this trait could play an evil joke with him. Nevertheless, the young man believed that they would be able to understand. However, Yoses spoke decisively. The girl could not let go. Here, Suki intervened in the conversation, stating that in this story, he acts as a victim and has already sued, as well as ready to compensate for anyone who touched it. Aina intervened in the conversation, saying that she really speaks on behalf of Rangi and Variety. The girl emphasized that she is ready to take responsibility for all the consequences and compensate for the damage caused. Yalis turned to the girl and said he was ready to accept compensation from Aina, but in this case, she would become a criminal slave instead of both of them. This unexpected decision was sincerely stunned by Huki. Aina stated that for the need, and if girls are really forgiving, she is ready to take such a step. The Variety burst into tears, pleasure trying to convince Ain not to make such a decision. She exclaimed with desperation that under no circumstances Ain should do so. Izuki instantly supported the opinion of the Variety, trying to convince Ain. The guy gently put his palm on her shoulder and quietly said that her act would change nothing. Some of them would still remain behind the lattice. Yasi looked at the boy closely and said his opinion ahead of Itsuki. He suggested that the guy, most likely, seeking to complete the case peacefully without harming anyone. The key to him was his confident statement. That is how he is about to do. The man raised his voice, already preparing to express his demands. But Yasus interrupted him, noting that he understood something wrong. In addition, Yosus noted that the apology and forgiveness of this boy is not enough. It will not help to resolve the situation. You need to look for a more significant solution. Jesus also noted that anyone who committed a crime, regardless of the circumstances, should be responsible. Only so it is possible to maintain order and peace in the city. He stated that he was a citizen of Einsahal, so he is forced to obey the laws and orders of this city. After that, Yasi advised the boys to voluntarily surrender and retreat. Here he thought about these words. Then he turned to Yasusen and admitted that the man had told the truth, and his argument was really impossible to refute. However, he did not stop on this and added, Yasus worked as a merchant, so the young man especially sought to hear his opinion on this case. It was from the point of view of a person of trade. Yasi could not fully unravel this man to the end, and in his gaze did not yet have a spark of interest. The stranger wondered what bush means. That is why he spread his hands and stated that he was a traveler, has a bunch of knowledge that Yosus did not hear. But Yosus is not worse. He is well aware that money is managing this world and what an important role they play. Moreover, Suk believed that alchemy opens a lot of new opportunities, so he had already carried a small idea. However, Yasa still could not understand what, in fact, the young master is leading. Izuki noted that Yasus could give him a one-sided loan if he understood the essence of the case. He urged him to finish everything right now, not making a moment. Yasus was indignant that Izuki seemed to hear the merchant's words at all. This Izuki confessed that he really was a somewhat crazy version, and he himself realizes it. Ski reported that he now wants to settle in Yasus as a merchant. Subsequently, the guy suggested that the man find out the relationship in accordance with the laws of trade. In addition, Suki noted that it does not matter what the conditions will be or how everything will happen. The main thing is that Yasa himself will determine the rules, and if he manages to fulfill them, this is what will become their real competition. In addition, the young man insisted that if he wins the rules, ranges and varieties should be completely released from any punishment. Yasa noted that Suki allegedly promised to silence all his crimes in the event of a couple, although in fact, he had no right to make such decisions. Izuki could not say with confidence whether it was true. However, he assured the interlocutor that he fully trusts Yosus, because he was really able to cope with this task. Yalis lowered his head and thought for a moment, exhaling several times. The man assured that to some extent he is really able to help with this problem. However, given that all these ideas are illegal, it should be aware of the possible consequences and risks. Subsequently, Yasus asked the guy what would happen if Izuki was defeated. Without hesitation, the young man exclaimed that he was ready to become a slave of Yasus if he loses and devote his entire life to his life. Ain and Variety were surprised to go to the brave. Renge could no longer stand. The first torn the stroke silence, which hung in the room after the words of Joki. The girl exclaimed that the guy seems to not be aware of what nonsense is. She could not believe that he was okay to voluntarily submit such a test for the sake of another person. The girl accused the guy of going too far away. Yuki lowered his head for a moment, thinking. Therefore he explained that he agreed only because Renge was the friend of the other, and the variety. Ren immediately remembered the previous events when Izuki had already manifested himself as a real person. She realized that he had never intended to cause her evil. When Rin hugged her, and the forces finally left the girl and tears rolled on her cheeks, she realized how he did not urgently behave all this time. Little Shiro quietly came from behind, slightly pulled the bitches for his clothes and whispered to the boy that he should not contact Yoses. At the same time, Shiro sought to make sure that everything was fine. She came back to her and shook her face with a wide smile. The guy noted that he understood everything perfectly. After that, he asked Shiro, asking if the girl really considers him a failure. Shiro just smiled in response without saying a single word. Her silence testified to her unconditional trust in her master. Yasus, sincerely cheerful, exploded with a ringing laugh, and noted that Tsuki is a surprisingly interesting personality. He then noted that as a merchant, namely Yosus, received a challenge to the competition, and if he retreats now, his business reputation may suffer. This is what the man convinced to agree and boldly accept the test. The Sudzi felt easy, but he was overwhelmed by the joy when Yasus agreed to the agreement. The guy immediately wondered what conditions the merchant wanted to put forward. Yasus looked at the young man calmly and asked whether he remembered the Izui competition that happened to Doral. Izuki nodded affirmatively, confirming that he remembers it well. Yasus reported that the conditions remain the same as before. In 7 days, they need to raise 120 million local currency, that is, a norm. Yes, he also noted that if the guy was able to collect such a sum as a compensation for his store, then the victory in the competition would immediately reach him. However, these competitions are strictly forbidden to seek the help of adventurers or alchemists, as well as to use or sell a pink rotor, the rights that belong to him and Izuki. She agreed here. A little later, Yasus added that cooperation with the purple border would be allowed. Speaking to the young man as a direct participant, Yasus asked if he supported this decision here. Izuki clenched his fist and confidently stated that he was accepting these conditions. In response, Yasus announced that the variety and the ring would stay with him, so Izuki can take them with him. As soon as they left the prison room, they were immediately greeted by bright sunlight. Wee stretched, kneading his body, and thoughtfully remarked that the night seemed surprisingly long. Suddenly, the guy heard the steps behind his back. Someone tried to get his attention and say something. Looking back, he saw Renge approaching him. The girl bowed her head low, genuinely apologizing for her act. Rin emphasized that she fully understood that such things could not be forgiven, but she still wanted to ask. The variety strongly spoke in defense of the girlfriend, stepping forward. She firmly stated that Renge was not guilty of anything. She should carry all the blame. When the girl began to apologize, Suki reached out to her. The guy gently grabbed her cheeks with his palms and squeezed gently. Susuke noted that if she is upset, he could safely say it. In addition, the guy recalled that they were allies in one team. Then she turned to the rank, assuring that she should not worry. The guy nodded towards his wound and, smiling, added that, as you can see, everything was fine with him. Ayin has also sincerely apologized for all the inappropriateness that has happened lately. She was incredibly ashamed, but she assured her that everything was fine. Missing, the Juicy smiled and said that at last everyone could return home and relax, because each of them was tired well. This day was not easy for everyone. Finally, they returned home. When the whole company came to the threshold, they met Wendy. Shiro and her companion immediately felt that the girl just boils from anger. Suki immediately came forward and sincerely apologized to Wendy. He explained that no one intended to leave her for so long. And in addition, she took care of the house in their absence. Wendy has a lot of apology of the boys and confidently headed for range. Having pronounced her name, Wendy grew up her hand and gave the girl a bream. Izuki immediately embraced true horror as he noticed it all. But in a moment, he gathered with the spirit, returned, and said in a confident voice that everyone could go, wash his hands, and then go to the dining room. Wendy reported that the breakfast is already covered and begins to cold. Then she turned to the rank and admitted that she had the same feelings for everyone else. Suka was interested and close to Wendy, expecting to hear at least a brief explanation. When he turned to her, The girl turned and firmly stated that she was no longer going to leave such things in the past. The bitches again apologized to her, slightly scratching the nape of the head. And in a moment they all went to the dining room, where they expected a generously covered table with a variety of food. It was at this moment that Izuki realized that the world he was in was not a reflection of his past life. However, there is still a lot of work ahead of the orderly, quiet existence here, and therefore there is a lot of work ahead. The new morning met the young man with pleasant warmth. He lay motionless in his bed, enjoying the comfort. The bright sunlight has already penetrated through the windows, filling the room with a gentle glow. Hugging the pillow, the guy leisurely opened his eyes, letting down the first glimpses of a new day. The young man is welcome with the reader and is a full name, Shinomiya. It's all right. Since he has been in this unfamiliar world, many events have passed. His measured life was full of trials. Due to a slight misunderstanding, he was attempted again, and this is not the first time, because such happened to him literally the day before. In the next moment, Renge blade pierced his stomach. The guy felt the consciousness of the treacherous leaving him, and he slowly began to settle on the floor. The variety picked it up. In despair, tears broke up and sobbing, apologized, repeating how sorry she was. Despite everything you experience, Izuka has been able to survive, but new difficulties are already waiting in front. Now, he will have to compete with Yasus for the sake of liberation of varieties and Renge. A calm, measured life still seems to him an unattainable dream. The boy had exactly 7 days before the deadline and the competition with the merchant Yasus. At this time, Isekai'D sat at his desk, passionately working on another invention. It was not easy for the boy. Almost all day he stayed at the desk. He sighed tiredly and shook his sleeve, rubbing his sweat. In his head again and again, the voice of Yasus, who did not get tired of reminding of the conditions of their couple. It became clear that no matter how much he created accessories during this time, it would not be enough. In addition, the pink rotor remained a strict ban. Kei rose from the table and went to the door. He felt great fatigue. The man voiced, "Now he has only half of the right amount, but where will he get another 60 million nori?" Suddenly, Shiro looked out of the corner and turned to the owner. The girl was interested in where the young man went. He was a little surprised by a sudden question, but soon answered that he was going to take a bath. When she came closer, Yatsuka added that he needs to freshen up and understand his thoughts. She thought wide for a moment, and then advised herself to take a bath. Then they went into the room together and began to undress. It turned out that Wendy is embarrassed because she took too much food in Shiro. The girl only shrugged and justified that she did it because she was very hungry. To this funny call for a girl to hold on to certain boundaries was added an unexpected sight. Stepping on, they suddenly came across a Rengen and a variety of bathed. Both immediately stopped their views on them, having a surprise. The gates immediately hid, stunning. The young man began to apologize feverishly, swept away from shame, and swallowed a small tunnel, causing him to fire even more. After that, she calmed down a little and hurried to cover herself from his gaze. Her cheeks were still burning, and the girl asked the young man not to look at them anymore. This gay could not understand why the girl reacted that way. He decided that her character had changed, so without delay, he turned to the variety with this question. The variety suddenly grabbed the same spoon, and this time did not restrain itself. She threw her with the boy. She loudly demanded that Guy was finally silent. The variety reproached that Gay was behaving too low, to which the guy just shrugged and replied that he was quite aware of it. She approached Rang wide and turned to the girl. When the Rangi turned and looked at her, she had a hand begging her to be washed. Rang nodded as a sign of consent. She squeezed a little liquid soap on her palm and gently soaped Shiro's hair. She carefully asked the girl to close her eyes so that the foam does not get to them. Rang was the first to start a conversation, confessing that she wanted to apologize to Shiro for the events of yesterday. She wondered if Shiro was injured, but she assured that everything was fine with her. Hearing this, Shiro finally calmed down and said with a smile that Renge was just incredible. Siroj confessed that she put a lot of strength in her attack, but Rengi was able to withstand. This aroused Grey true respect, and she directly acknowledged, "Rengi is a really strong rival." Renza exploded with laughter. Turning, she cast her gaze on a bitch that was still arguing from the variety and saying something caustic. On her lips, he even flashed a barely noticeable smile. Meanwhile, Aina with Wendy settled in the kitchen. Aina tasted the dessert and enthusiastically noted his taste. It was delicious. Wendy, who prepared this dish, smiled and thanked the girl for the warm words. Wendy also noted that this dessert tastes great for tea, but it will in itself be a great snack. The gentleman replied that he reminded him of something incredibly calorie. Wendy added that next time at work, she must talk to Ina about something important. Ina looked at the Wenda with surprise, and without realizing what caused this reaction, Ada confessed that she was seeking to apologize. She added that despite the fact that he is also a slave of the ruler, she is absolutely unable to help him, just like Wendy. Being part of the bloody border, Aine had to act, but in the end she had to rely on the master himself and use his support. After that, Ina lifted her eyes and confessed that she was feeling pathetic, completely powerless, or even worthless. Wendy supported this opinion. She confessed that she had once given the master in body and soul. Now she was ready to go for everything for him, without any hesitation. However, despite all her efforts, the owner does not allow her to do so. This happens with her again and again. Instead of obtaining permission, she hears only praise, which she thinks does not deserve at all. Wendy remembered how Isekai'D confessed that it was because of this that he wanted to be near her. She wanted to get everything from life to the last drop. In memory, the words of Isekai'D. He said he liked. That is why the girl felt upset. Ina looked and, lingering on Wenda, wondered if it was true. Wendy only answered with a smile that she remembered things that only Ina and that really exist. Ina also smiled, agreeing with her. After that, the girl stated that she would also try to test for the sake of the master. Some time has passed, and its mood was noticeably gone, as only 5 days remained, and there was less time. The guy was well aware. Even if his workshop would work at full capacity, the manufacture of objects will still remain limited. There was no time to ask for Inu and the rest of the materials. The boy had to invent something. If he delayed, he will undoubtedly turn into a toy for a formidable Uncle Yoses, whose image with a whip was already outlined in his imagination behind his back. He hastened to push out these anxious thoughts, stubbornly assuring himself he would not allow such. The guy squeezes his fist and believes that he can rely on Darwin. However, when he remembered his face, he immediately realized that it would be the worst of all possible finals. Undoubtedly, he understood that it was necessary to act in order not to be defeated in this competition. Suddenly, Wendy interrupted the course of his thoughts, reporting that the master had a guest. At that moment, the clumsy meeting did not understand what was happening. Instead, the girl smiled warmly and reminded, a lot of time has passed since they saw the last time. She turned out to be Darwin's daughter. The young man looked away, thinking that almost nothing had been done. Therefore, it came back to the mayor and emphasized that they had not been seen for a long time. The girl noted that the voice of Isekai'D became noticeably deaf and weaker. When Isekai'D asked the case with which the measure came to him, the girl slowly raised a cup of tea to her mouth and noted that she was aware of the recent incident in the brothel. The measure suddenly smiled and laughed. The girl confessed that she was quite interesting. But, keeping a serious look, Gay replied that now it was not interested in it. The mayor did not stop and began to ask her questions. First of all, the girl wondered if Shuga was really able to get the amount of money that was discussed. Kay noted that the measure was very aware. Having reached away, the guy confessed that this question is still difficult for him. The measure assured that she understands the Eastern Cup. The girl also acknowledged it is probably not easy for the boy now. Suddenly, the measure sounded, suddenly throwing the idea. The girl wondered why in this case Isekai'D would not try to look at herself again. The guy stunned his eyebrows. The measure with a victorious smile announced that Isekai'D was a real wandering. The girl added that, if not mistaken, the goddess gave him such an unusual ability. Hay began to think that the skills of small earnings and alchemy are unlikely to allow him to raise the right amount in such a short time. The measure leaned to the boy and noted that it seems that he did not even think about any changes. She suggested that he could say, try to master some new skill. He thought seriously about the words that he tried to convey to him, Mayor. The man got a small card, deciding to check his own abilities first. The young man owned a whole arsenal of skills. Among them were passive, unique, and active skills. His beloved can be attributed to the alchemy, the magic of space, the ability to evaluate, as well as the skill that provided him with pocket money. He immediately realized that his skills of the alchemist had increased significantly. Now, it significantly outweighed the abilities of others. And it was at this moment that his gaze stopped at something unusual in the corner of the map. The record stated that the guy also has the ability to repeat and create structures. CK returned to his workshop. looked carefully at the resources and workpieces that were stored there. Suddenly, the guy sounded. As the name itself suggests, the ability of multi-copy allows you to reproduce different things. However, when it comes to objects with special properties, for example, magical artifacts or potions, copies are much worse than the original. In other words, copying such things is not too high quality. Hand modeling is the art of freely forming any material. The young man already knew. It is the level of his alchemical abilities that determines what substance he will be able to work with. Thanks to the skill of working with the hands, he is able to turn faster than ever before. And although repeated copying will remain far from the ideal, now he can produce a whole series of things at a time. It was quite possible to apply this skill to a pink rotor, but this time, Joss strictly forbade it. Therefore, the issues of mass production of accessories will have to be solved in another way. He lifted his head with interest, thinking that it was only necessary to sell materials now. Reflecting on fast and mass sales, he also mentioned the words of the mayor about his profession. In an instant, everything became clear. The guy suddenly realized everything. He looked intently and said quietly, which had a small but extremely important request. Subsequently, the young man informed everyone in the house that the whole company should gather on the ground floor at some time. The girls descended one by one to the designated place, without taking close views with Isekai'D. The girls immediately spoke in one voice, hardly assuring that they were ready to fulfill any desire for their owner. Verity, Renga and Ina staring at him impatiently, waiting for the following instructions. Seeing their passionate passion, the guy realized that he was lacking in peace. So he stopped the girls, urging them to squeeze emotions and give themselves a little time for a break. The young man with a smile stated that his task would not be difficult. He got a small list and explained that he wanted to ask the girls to collect everything she stated there. Hay also apologized and explained that he wanted to ask the girls to do everything as soon as possible. In addition, he has another main request. The young man lifted his finger and stated that all 3 girls would like to join the case. Aina sighed with sadness and said that everything was clear to her. The variety gently hugged the girlfriend, began to reassure her, cheering. They say, "It is not necessary to worry. Everything is sure to get better, and she is ready to help anything, even perform some of the cases for Ain if necessary." It turned out that he did not mean that the girls thought. Subsequently, he explained everything in detail, and they understood the essence of the task that had to be accomplished. The varieties and the Renga Starhead rushed to the door, shouting loudly that they were able to complete it all in an instant. Ina has cheerfully picked up, they say, will return in the morning, so as not to miss the event. And Gate only briefly noticed what girls rests with. After that, the man turned to Wendy and reported that he had a small request. Wendy gladly agreed to listen to him, assuring that it was safe to count on her help. While everyone was preparing and receiving their tasks, Shire slept carelessly on the couch, gaining strength. No sounds from the corridor disturbed her sleep. In the evening there was silence in the workshop. His hand pulled forward, froze in anticipation. The guy could not tear his thoughts from new abilities that he recently discovered. He was deeply aware. It was time to try to apply them in practice. The young man was well aware that taking so many potions at a time, just a deadly dose, but still drank them one by one, like energy. The last task remains. All the property had to be sold, and it should be done until tomorrow. Wendy carefully covered the boy with a blanket and praised quietly. He coped perfectly. The next day, Isekai'D was full of joy and energy. The guy tried his suit from another universe and ran out. Only 4 days remained before the competition is completed. The young man turned to all who stood in the yard. He reported that the goods are ready, and all left to sell everything to make the right profit. Now all good was lying on the cart. The girls raised their hands and shouted that all this would easily disperse, like hot pies. And then, without holding back joy, solemnly raised their hands up, celebrating their victory. A huge crowd gathered on the square. The surprised passers-by stopped and looked in the direction, thinking that something new and interesting in the city opened in the city. Perhaps a shop that has already caused a great hype. One of the girls, stopping with their girlfriends, called them closer to find out the cause of such a bustle. Many girls gathered around and looked at amazing shops. Renge, Varieties, and Ina appeared on the tiny scene, dressed in gorgeous outfits that locals have never seen before. Their beauty simply fascinated the eyes. It was difficult to look away. He stood his stand nearby and encouraged passers-by to get closer and get acquainted with his goods. The seller shouted loudly, which guarantees excellent quality at a reasonable price. It was a new series of accessories from the Shinomi Assemble collection. The young man assured that his products are not only comfortable and elegant, but also securely protect the owner from all troubles. The supplier of this product was legendary border guards of purple borders, adventurers with rating A. In addition, this model has a really gorgeous look. It will not only be a reliable equipment for adventure seekers, but also a wonderful accessory for ladies that appreciate the sophistication in their image. He further explained that this thing is rather an expensive accessory, but today it has a special discount on it. As soon as these words were heard, a crowd of girls with their eyes inflamed by their eyes immediately rushed to the Isekai'D. Interesting buyers strongly sought to buy things that just demonstrated brave adventurers. The guy was a little confused by such a revived movement, but it was incredibly pleased. Wendy stood next to him. She also shone with a smile and eagerly helped the guy manage the flow of visitors. When Isekai'D got a new batch of jewelry, someone was approaching behind him. A ringing maiden voice came. She wondered how he was doing. When the young man turned, a mayor with a gentle smile on his face stood in front of him. He also smiled in response. The mayor clearly noted it for herself. It seems that they were all the best. It was only at the end that she realized that she kept a plate with the inscription, "End of queue." However, she was paid attention to her. She got a lot of sincere compliments. Some noted that the team that worked on this case focused on the designs for girls, and even asked the Ina group to demonstrate these models to inspire others to buy. Kay also noted that regardless of the world, girls have weakness to everything brilliant. The measure laughed and acknowledged that the guy noticed this feature noticed. Its owner did not forget to thank the extent for the help, as well as for the shop provided in a great place. This is where a wave of potential buyers was constantly raging. The mayor noted that if Izuka really wanted to thank her, let her be informed by her erected brother. It is one of the institutions that it takes care of. Izuka replied in surprise. They say, he would not like to be something obliged. From the corner she came out of the variety and hurried to turn to her Suke, asking her to give her a moment. The girl wondered what accessories could protect against poison. Hei replied that he was already going back. The man took the box and added, once he would surely thank Melly and her brother for this service. The measure smiled and hid her hands behind her back. The girl realized that this weird stranger was indeed a remarkable personality. Over the next 3 days, the guy made tirelessly and sold his goods in unlimited quantities. Each time and again, launched production and sales. It lasted until it has come. Hei joyfully gathered all the girls around him and announced that they had reached the required amount with a joint effort. He thanked everyone for his hard work and noted how carefully they all worked all this time. Hei separately noted Wendy, thanking her sincerely. It was her tips for the design and choice of materials that have significantly influenced their popularity and turned products into a real hit among buyers. Wendy, shyly smiling, confessed that she was glad to help her master. Shion approached them and, not hiding her appetite, loudly stated that she had been hungry terribly. The moment has come to summarize this struggle. Jitsuke raised all the money for the last coin and went to the Yasu's estate. Carefully laid out the prey on the table, proudly saying that he had coped with the task for one approach. The local appraiser, who provided Yasu's, appealed to the master and confirmed that, as it was supposed, there was a 120 million nori on the table. He said with a smile that, as he promised, he would personally make an effort to make the variety and rank do not suspect the crime. After that, he suggested that Izui dinner together to celebrate their couple. Gay turned to the door and carefully reported that he was already having other cases today, so it can be moved differently. The young man waved his hand for goodbye and went out. Hei, along with his team, went to the tractor at the guild, where their comrades were already gathering. There was noise, loud exclamations, fun exclamations, and a bell of mugs, which were encountered in the festive excitement. Smiling, he asked in the variety how many more this girl is about to cry. Meanwhile, everyone around cheerfully cheered each other, calling to drink and relax. The young man made a few sips, and in the meantime, he noticed how the girl cleverly jumped on one of the tables and lifted a barrel of ale. She urged everyone present to drink even more and have fun. Reng approached Izuki unexpectedly. There was a strange trace of tension between them, so the girl felt somewhat uncertain. The ranks sincerely apologized to Izuka for his inconvenience created. The girl, still reproached for herself, inadvertently caused the boy to pain, so she sought to ask for forgiveness as she should. He retracted the girl with a drink. Such unexpected kindness from the Reng boy was already lost. Izge smiled and assured Raji that she should not worry, because the main thing, Everyone remained intact, and that is enough for him. The girl smiled warmly and raised a glass in honor of Isekai'D. His ability only acted within the laboratory. The young man extended his hands to a small glass with liquid and activated the skills of multicopia, which recently began to master. During this period, when he conducted a lot of experiments and worked focused, the guy felt fatigue. Sworn hard, he decided that it was enough today. When he looked at the skills panel, he noticed with a pleasant surprise that he had increased his level again. Now his alchemy has reached the 9th level. In this world it is considered a true achievement that is respectful. But suddenly, something else attracted his attention. Among his skills is a little new. A mysterious ability called Known Magical Circle. The young man watched this update in surprise and had no idea what it means. The guy was sitting at the table, sprinkling his fingers. She approached him timidly and noted that today the owner had a gloomy look. The young man slowly pulled his hand to her head. Stroking Shion on his head, he laughed that the family is growing, and the cost is getting more and more. That is why he needs to work even more. Wendy looked at her master and expressed compassion. If it is difficult, she advises to share it with the girls. In support of Wendy, she said that in love would help and even ready to work with others. Just Gay suddenly waved his hands, convincing everyone, which is the most important thing for him now, is work. He repeatedly refused, and then assured Wendy that she would not care in vain. Hay also assured that he was ready for everything to be happy. In response, Wendy said that if he really needs support, he can turn to her, because she sincerely wants to share his joy and happiness with him. The young man exhaled deeply, got rid of, and, looking back, moved to one of the structures in the city where Itatsuke was already waiting for him. He pleadedly appealed to Lightrick to give him work. Lightrick in response noted that he should stop talking so bizarre. The man looked at the files carefully brought to him by the caustic. Lightrich noted that his potion was appreciated, and therefore he would be able to negotiate with the right people. However, the man immediately emphasized that, despite all what he said, he does not intend to support the teaching of alchemy only because of his admiration for women. His friend was frankly surprised by such an unexpected interpretation. Hay also intended to add a few words to the conversation. He shared everything he knew. After that, Lightrick thoughtfully said the name of the new ability of the boy. He cheerfully said that he significantly increased his level of alchemy. In addition, he got a lot of interesting skills. Manual formation, repeated copying, and many others. However, while he actively used them, he did not even notice how the last skill gained. Hay has sadly confessed that he was feeling creating something and doing such a job. He seemed to be able to fully survive his own path of development. The Lightrick called the guy, asking for a moment to stop and pay him a little attention. The man's face became serious. He wondered if Yuzuki told someone else in the city about his recently acquired abilities. The guy assured that he did not do it. Lightrick immediately intervened, strictly advising him to remain silent and not to talk about it. Then Itsuke asked why such caution. Lightrick emphasized that this was a distinct achievement. Units of alchemists managed to rise to the 9th level. If Izuki does not want his ability to be used for the benefit of others, he should finally stop telling everyone about his talents. Kei assured that he finally understood everything. Lightrick turned away, and almost without hesitation, threw. If the young man realized everything, then let him immediately return to his duties. Lightrick ordered 500 medium elixirs and had to make them for Izuki for 3 days. The man went to meet him and suggested that he sell these potions on his own. Itsuki was genuinely surprised. The young man believed that Lightrick was still the same grumpy old woman, but at the same time, Yaki himself could develop and become stronger. When the Gay came to the world, the guy acknowledged that Lithric was generally right. Growing professionally among this company, he is gradually accustomed that he is constantly used for his own benefit. Later, he thoughtfully scratched his chin, noting that this conversation reminded him of the manga. It seems like a child of alchemy, or something in that spirit. In the meantime, someone was starting to catch up with him. The girl screamed, demanding that this guy immediately gave way to her. She exclaimed it several more times without stopping her crazy run. At the same moment, the guy thought that it had happened to him earlier, a real dejaja. He had already begun to turn, but suddenly the girl at full speed crashed into him, knocking down the boy from his feet. Her last word before the collision was, "Be careful!" Itsuki threw on the ground, and he, without opening his eyes, remained lying. The guy felt unbearable pain, but he still couldn't understand what had happened to him. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the girl had settled on his chest and scratched his head in a confusion. It seemed that she got a little of this adventure. "The stranger is red, covered with embarrassment," the young man shouted to the whole voice. The girl wondered if everything was fine with him. He said without hesitation that he was not in order and this situation was not at heart. Then he hurriedly asked the girl to get off. The girl began to go even higher, where the head of Isekai'D is now rising. The guy screamed that there was no need to climb so far. Instead, the stranger calmly warned, "It is better not to leave the young man." After all that happened, Isekai'D sat near the fountain. The guy thought that her look seemed too impressed. He wondered if she was injured, and the girl answered the affirmative. She hurriedly apologized, trying to explain the situation. It turned out that, descending from the hill, she could not brake in time. She heard she should listen to him now. The guy said there are many things that adults could no longer correct. That is why he persistently advised the girl not to descend from the hills in front. The girl looked carefully at Isekai'D and noted that he seems to be a traveler without shelter. Isekai'D looked at her with surprise, wondering how she managed to guess it. The girl confessed that she really felt this special atmosphere. Following Ron, she hid her hands behind her back and introduced to her name Olagol. She added a smile that she is very pleased to meet. There was an idea that the girl lived somewhere nearby, not far from their meeting. Alagol confirmed that she really lived very close in the heart of the city. For a moment, the guy thought, and then noted that this girl probably a very wealthy family if they can afford to live in the heart of the city. Olagol nodded is really the case, because her father was the owner of the city. Hay with a smile remembered how Olagol was able to gather so many fascinating things for him in a moment. With every minute, the curiosity of the boys only grew. Suddenly his face changed. The expression became thoughtful and gloomy. The young man looked at Olagol with anxiety and asked her not to tell her at home what happened on the street today. Olagol confessed that such intonations are a little alarming. Subsequently, they went to stroll through the streets of the city together. The girl wondered where her satellite from the United Kingdom is now going. The guy replied that he was going home. Oleg smiled widely and offered to make a small date while they went together. His friend was angry, noticing that the girl did not pay attention to him at all. Bullygold could not understand why this guy refused her. Then she wondered since he lives in the city. In response, the guy said he has been living here for several months. An incredible panorama of architecture unfolded in front of them. Such a spectacle happens here infrequently. The city was striking with its brightness, and the atmosphere was surprisingly lively and joyful. It seemed that every passerby is overflowing with happiness. Oleg turned and asked if the guy really thought. He just smiled mysteriously and confirmed, "Everything is true." He explained that everything is not so bad in his native world. However, there he felt as if in close space, as if he had no right to smile as freely as it is now. Olegel was surprised by a sense of story. With a bitter smile, he noted that everything here is far from perfect as it should be. The guy showed him a monster with the heads of the local rulers, hinting, "This city is pouring truly terrible people." But all this, he really liked it here. Although it was not easy at times, he was able to work, savor drinks, eat and laugh with everyone sincerely. This was the main reason why he liked to live here. Alagol looked at the boy silently, and then thanked for such words. Kay looked at the girl in surprise without catching what she was leading to. Olagol said she was living in this city since birth, so she was sincerely pleased that the boy was here. She turned sharply and rushed. The girl waved her hand on the move, glowed with a smile, and thanked it loudly for that day. It was a warning. Do not run so fast, because you can re-interpret and fall. Meanwhile, one carriage stopped near the stone wall. Kucher clenched down and revealed the door for his master. A man came out of the salon and nodded in gratitude. He warmly thanked his servant for his service. In addition, he noted that now the taxi driver would have to stay here and keep guard. The driver immediately assured that he would execute this order without delay. This man was Yasis. Turning to the servant, Yasis ordered him to immediately notify the Supreme Lord of his appearance in the city. When the ruler learned about it, he immediately invited the Isis to his luxurious palace. He appeared with a report on riots that recently ranked in the city. The owner listened to the merchant, plunged into thinking, and then said that it is now possible to leave everything as it is, because the victim himself was quite satisfied with how the circumstances were. To some extent, the wishes of Kay. Yasis assured that he would be extremely grateful for such a service. In response, the owner noted that the behavior of this man seems quite strange. because he had never helped anyone before. Therefore, the owner suggested that the reason lies in the corruptibility that is inherent in the traveler. Yasus did not deny, admitting that there is really a part of the truth, although there is some other connection. The man added that his acquaintance is an extremely interesting personality, and sometimes even prone to reckless actions. Lord added that it was what she meant. She seemed quite amazing and exciting to know that Yasus showed a genuine interest in someone else and even tried to help this person. Lord also agreed that Yasus was absolutely right. She added that Izuka was really a very interesting personality. The answer was stunned by Yasus. The man suggested that he may have met this young man before, and decided to ask her. The owner just answered this. Really, you can express it that way. The Lord was mysterious. So much in it was aristocratic restraint. The girl smiled and confessed that she even liked this atmosphere, although she was not sure about 100%. Olegol suddenly coughed, hastily covering his face with her hand. Yasus immediately noticed this, and with anxiety noted that the girl looks painful. Olegol confirmed that everything is. Yasus said with sadness that it was very bad. The girl noted that the Hayato team is now, like a sweet. But it seems that there would be no shifts in their situation. Yasus was upset by learning about it. Olegol just sighed and said that she could not change anything, so she is constantly doing her affairs. Suddenly, Yasa remembered one man, but quickly cut off himself half a word. He acknowledged that futile hopes were a real torment for her, so he immediately apologized for his inappropriateness. Yes, he bowed and reported that he leaves Olegol, hoping that the girl would be able to take care of herself. When Olegol was left alone, she was saddled. The girl slowly rose from the chair and went to the window. Sighed, she sadly noted that she would like to see a little more about how this city lives. This is a gay house. They just removed the dried lingerie after washing, and Wendy noted that today it is quite windy outside. The girl apologized to Ring for having to ask her help with household chores. Ring smiled in response and assured that everything is fine. Today, she is free and gladly helped. Inian Variety also called the Wendy. It seemed to her that both went to the guild to study new tasks. Rengi confirmed that it was, besides the guildmaster called them. At the heart, Rengi was fond of Wendy's beauty. They gathered their things, and Wendy noted that noon. As Izuki worked in his workshop, they decided to have a snack together first. Renge supported this idea. Shiro, Wendy, and Rank settled at a common table and went for lunch. Before them stood a bowl of aromatic soup, which made Wendy. Wendy smiled and returned to Shiro. She wondered the girl whether she liked it, though she was so clearly visible. Reng silently watched everything that was happening. After that, Wendy turned to Renge, who quietly watched everything that was happening. Wendy thought that the guests did not like the soup. Meanwhile, Reng remembered how Wendy punished her for attacking the owner. Rank suddenly grabbed from his place, sharply bowing to Wendy. The girl immediately apologized to what a lot of stunning others who sat at the table. The Rank also tried to add something, but losing the thread of conversation, she was discontinuing. She has not yet managed to apologize to Wendy for her actions. In the end, it was because of her, in her opinion, that they had to go through it all. Ranky also seemed that Wendy was familiar with her Zuck for a very long time, however. When she watched these two, she felt clearly that her mentor was of great importance for the girl. Wendy also weighed a lot for Izuki. In front of the joint master on her face, the slave did not appear on her face. On the contrary, he always treated her with deep respect and sincere admiration. Renge guessed that the girl tried to get rid of Yutsui, just as she had dealt with Aina and Variety earlier, seeing a dangerous enemy in the boy. This behavior was followed by Wendy on the teacher. Rin, bowing low, apologized again for her act. Wendy has frozen, stunned, and unable to say a word. Suddenly, Wendy stated that she was all right with her, and she did not keep her evil. Reng almost denied, but Wendy added. The gentleman himself had already forgiven the girl and accepted her into this place. That is why Wendy forgave Range. She sincerely loved her mentor and shared many views with him, from attitude to people to look at their actions and hidden opportunities. Range was asleep, and Wendy hurried to add that she still considers her a little light and advises to be more careful in her actions. Ringer was getting rid of and confessing that she was very ashamed. Wendy promised to remove herself from the table after dinner. In addition, she intended to instruct Ringer to carry the dishes to the owner. Rang nodded back and took the basket, immediately feeling his unexpected weight. Wendy added that Izuko almost did not eat during her studies and cannot sleep normally. The girls exchanged smiles, realizing that both seeking to take care of it, bitch. Subsequently, Wendy remained in the kitchen, switching the dishes after dinner. The girl stood near the sink, peacefully switching the dishes. In her memory, the moon was echoed the words just said. She was genuinely realized. Her feelings for the master are real. She loves him. Every time these words broke from her mouth, it seemed as if something hurt inside. A sad shadow wrapped from such thoughts, and her face lost its former liveliness. The girl was well aware that every word and act of the owner always found a response in her heart. However, everything turned over that night. Since then, her body has not touched almost anymore. The girl, undoubtedly, sought some evidence of his feelings. Without this confidence, she was anxiety, and it was difficult for her to calmly put up with many things. When a girl is given so much worry, this behavior seems as shame. Noticing that she was suffering, Shiro suddenly moved to her, full of anxiety. Wendy confirmed that this is true, and gently hugged a little girl. She confessed that she was a little hurt. In response, the girl carefully stroked Wendy on her head. At this time, Izuki plunged into his library. His tired appearance spoke for himself. The recipe for panacea was incredibly confusing. The guy sought to create universal medicines, but nowhere did he even find a hint of their preparation. The young man pointed to one of the books and assured that thanks to secret potion, you can get rid of any ailments, curses, loss of body parts, or other negative conditions. He thought, if he had already managed to create such a wonderful thing, then he may now be able to do it effortlessly, especially with a well-known magical seal that he recently got. A tiny magical circle shone on the palm of the boy, and a small pill began to emerge from him. The vessel increased rapidly, and the magical circle soon dissolved in the air. Itsuki was surprised by such a development. He looked closely at the bottle, deciding to carefully study this thing. Suddenly, he noticed before him was the same panacea, a mysterious elixir who removed any negative consequences. This amazing remedy restored lost body parts, treated diseases, destroyed the curse, and made real miracles. However, it was noted that it was only a way to delay the life of your life and a certain destiny. Suddenly, a ringing voice of Reng was heard behind. She apologized to the room quietly. The girl immediately turned with a smile and wondered what had happened. Rin stretched out the basket, explaining that Wendy asked her to hand over dinner to the boy. His mind raged from thinking about how he managed to embody the following. He could not understand whether it would be a problem if others find out that he was able to create something like that. He seemed strange, and even a little funny, that he had never taken a similar one before. Even universal medicines. And the reason why everything turned out to be surprisingly easily, the guy could not fully understand. Suddenly he wondered. Perhaps all this is a reward for the faithful service of the goddess. The guy could not understand whether such actions were allowed here, and whether he has the right to participate in something like that. When the work was completed, he left the workshop and headed for others. The guy decided not to tell anyone what happened to him while working. The first one he saw was Wendy. Her face was a smile, and she cheerfully called the girl. Then she stretched her basket with lunch. The guy noted that the dish is delicious. Reng was also in the kitchen, holding a knife in his hand to cut the fruit. With a light smile, he wondered if there was some plans for this moment. And then, among other things, he added that he may need her help. Wendy got a little dealt with, and then noted that the gentleman should rest more often. The girl squeezed the basket in her hands and smiled. Now she prepares young tea. Not answering the question of the master, she turned around and moved silently. Yetsuka felt disappointment, because he hoped to offer her to go on vacation, not to do business. For a while, Ain and Varieties also returned from the guild. Their appearance spoke for themselves, exhausted, nervous. It was obvious that the task seemed difficult. Isekai'D also greeted the girls and wondered why they were so breathless. The Variety only waved, they say, nothing special. Wendy stretched towels to the girls and reported that the bath was already waiting for them. The Variety plunged into hot water, sighing with relief and saying that she was feeling alive again. Aina returned to her girlfriend and agreed that the Variety was more than ever full of life forces. After the girls accepted the bath and dressed, Yutsuki was already waiting for them in the living room for guests. All together sat down, waiting for tea. Meanwhile, the guy began to ask about the events that had happened. It is worth starting with the fact that it all started with the task obtained from the Adventurers Guild. Wendy approached the boys and reported that tea was ready, then carefully put him on the table. Ina continued. saying that the assignment was concerned with a monster who fled from the merchant with amazing creatures. This insurance was a special kind of killer rabbit, but in addition to everything, this creature had a human mind, which further complicated the task. It was because of this that the monster combined the beastly agility with the ruthlessness of true monster. Ina said that when they tried to track the monster, it turned out that it was even cunning than them. The beast was ambushed in advance, and the first attacked adventurers. Gay laughed with laughter that the girls, they say, had to retreat because of the attack of a formidable rabbit. The variety was indignant at this. They say they did not run at all, but decided to act with calculation and cunning. After that, the variety corrupted loudly that they would still look who will be stronger here. She was about to catch this rabbit on her own and twist her long ears with her own hands. Therefore, full of passion, the variety happily announced that their team has finally gathered in full, and now they are ready to go for a new hunt for a treacherous monster, which is terrifying with locals. The guy raised his hand with a smile and wished the girls good luck in this business. He sincerely hoped that they would be able to cope with the task and catch the monster. And in a moment, the girl returned to a wide, pointed on him, and said that she had something important regarding her personally. The girls enthusiastically stated that Shiro would join them. It surprised Isaac. The variety added that Shiro is quite strong, and therefore will become a valuable assistant during this outing. Shir joined them, and the variety immediately began to encourage her friend. The girl with confidence promised, "Today, the victory will be behind them." Ina, with a jokingly winking, added that after the wearing, they would not hold back joy and have a party until the morning. Kay and Wendy escorted the boys' look, and then one of them with a smile noted that this company of girls was really very noisy, but in the best sense of the word. Wendy turned to the gentleman, informing that they would split dinner. He looked down and agreed that the girl was quite right. Wendy turned and went to the kitchen. She has not left a sharp thought. It has been as long since they really remained alone. A little time passed and the dinner was finally ready. A delicious meat dish appeared on the table, something like a steak. Her sweetie carefully cut off a small piece, tasted it, and was immediately surprised. The taste of this dish was simply incredible. After the dinner, the gate decided to relax. The guy went out on the balcony, leaning his elbows on the railing and looking thoughtfully in the distance. The shade of sadness was red on his face. Thoughts were intertwined in his head, not giving him rest. Now he could find neither peace nor clarity. Lowering his head, he said quietly that he was not a teenager and a schoolboy for a long time, but he could not understand why everything was happening. The young man decided that the next time he would have done correctly, and would be more determined to be more determined by Wendy. His gaze seemed to give him a slap, forcing him to get out. Recovering, he gathered with the spirit, turned, squeezed his fists and strongly moved back to the house. The guy immediately went to the bathroom, deciding how to wash it, just in case, given what could happen next. He did not want the unpleasant smell of his skin to make Wendy get rid of. Afterwards, he carefully brushed his teeth several times, dug his mouth carefully, and thought that now he felt much more confident and attractive. Quickly dressed, he left the house with a firm intention to succeed. The guy walked to the Wendy door, already lifted his fist to knock quietly, but suddenly froze. He began to suffer doubts. Will Wendy want to agree to all this? Hay gradually began to remember his past life. He remembered a group of women who, gathering a circle, sharply criticized men, accusing them of complete tactlessness. One of the girls, supporting the opinion of others, added that these men would not really interfere with some education. The gay's heart was uncertain. Doubts began to capture his mind. The guy constantly convinced himself that all this in no way concerns, and none of the words heard is true. Isekai'D also assured that he would not compare Wendy with some monkey. Suddenly, he heard a maiden voice who turned to him. It was Wendy, who was surprised to notice the gentleman at her door. He jumped such a surprise and even shouted loudly. Wendy came closer and wondered if the gentleman had some things to do with her. His cheerful mood instantly changed to confusion, and he could no longer give a clear answer. Then Wendy opened the door herself and kindly invited him to the room. Inside, they sat opposite each other at a small table. Hay still felt uncertain and confused. From time to time, look away. Seeing this, Wendy decided to discharge the atmosphere a little. She was still not quite clear what was happening to the gentleman. The girl offered to go and pour tea. He was suddenly illuminated. He firmly jumped and grabbed the girl by the hand at the moment she was about to leave. He stopped her without releasing Wendy's hands. Calling a cuckolder, The guy was a little embarrassed by the girl. Suka immediately rose to his feet and turned to Wendy, reminded of the ancient promise he once gave her. Now he pleaded with Wendy to allow him to finally fulfill this cherished obligation. Wendy raised the gentleman's hand and solemnly stated that it was completely on his side. The girl also confessed that she had long dreamed of this moment and seeks to merge with him as a whole. The girl admits that she always dreamed of being near Zuke. After these words, the guy approached her and kissed her. Wendy said quietly that she loves her master. In the end, Wendy and her dry were left alone at home, enjoying a wonderful evening together. And the next day, having overcome the long distance, the adventure girls, along with Shiro, got the places where the rabbit monster lived. They took the persecution, gradually squeezing the circle around him, leaving no way to escape. But suddenly Shiro appeared in front of the kroll, decisively lifting her weapon. She announced in a loud voice, "This time the monster will not be able to slip." She swung and hit, but in vain. The girl was sure that this time he would grasp the beast, but the rabbit cleverly slipped, jumping up. He passed the girl, but for sure, there was almost no time for victory. Their plan was to exhaust the monster. A huge bear grew suddenly in front of her, standing on his hind paws and roaring the whole environment. The variety was captured by a sudden, unexpected, dangerous opponent. She didn't know what to expect on. Grabbing of the pursuit, the girl exclaimed that it was already beginning to annoy her. Swinging, she struck the bear with a stick, and he glowed to the ground. And then, without a moment, she shouted to others, "Catch the rabbit!" The rabbit dramatically changed the direction and rushed to the side. But there was already some other adventure finder. It was a Renge, who informed with a smile she was already waiting for him. Ranji waved her hand, promising that this time the monster would not escape. Her face was ill with a wide smile, and at this time she noticed a rabbit again jumped forward. Range waved, but the rabbit cleverly evaded her. The beast broke up, rolled past the girl in the air. By the very end of Renga, she was convinced that the victory would remain behind her, that it was her chance to grab the prey. But Ranji failed to catch the beast. He jumped over it and rushed forward. She only had time to look around and mark herself what he was rapid. Without hesitation, Ranja rushed to the afternoon. Ringa tried to catch the rabbit again. She cleverly brought a net on an elusive animal, and Ain was already alert. The girl waved the net and finally grabbed the rabbit. The variety exclaimed with delight, seeing how Ain successfully caught the beast. Now they say, the rabbit got on his merit. Then everyone came together to share their impressions of the hunt, which was surprisingly difficult for them. The variety added that they eventually managed to catch the monster. I believed that despite all the difficulties, they managed to cope with the task brilliantly. Now the variety was fervently sought to see their prey. When they pulled the rabbit out of the net, only the doll lay there. This was incredibly impressed by the girls. Meanwhile, somewhere away, the real rabbit is quietly wicked. When his attention was scattered, a threatening Shiro emerged by him. The rabbit from surprise stopped in place and could not move. Subsequently, he rushed again, but wherever he tried to jump, Shiro ahead of him every time, relentlessly blocking the way to escape. Piercing the monster with a cold look, Shiro stated that he would be her dinner for her. In the meantime, the guy was already picking up a full basket of dirty linen. Smiling, he suggested Wendy with his help with washing, and then asked if there was some other things to do. Wendy assured that they had already coped with everything. The girl also added that she did not want to bother the master, so he has nothing to worry about. The young man smiled and replied that it was not difficult to help him. Suddenly at the front door heard voices. Someone asked to open. Surprised and confused, they did not immediately realize who was trying to get inside. The stranger was pleased through the door for help. Lord Olegol appeared accompanied by an adult man in glasses. And the girl came to talk to Herbs. He already began to believe that chaos finally remained behind, and in his life reigned. But it took very little time as a girl named Olegol was knocked on the door. The same one with whom he once met on City Street. Kay was thinking that he would have to leave the estate again and return to the past, just to end up in the ill-made prison from which everything began. There was a noise inside. The guy squeezed the sword's sleeve and shouted loudly that he came for him. The monster rushed to Hayato, and in the next moment his body flew in half from a lightning blow. Later, Gayato put a sword in the vagina and approached his team with a calm walk. Looking at the girl, he wondered if none of them were injured during the battle. One of the girls with a smile extinguished the flames on her palm and said she had not received any scratches. Others responded in the same way, demonstrating complete intrude. Hayato approached Chris and asked if she was tired. Chris only shook her head, assuring that everything was fine with her. Still, Gayato suggested making a small break. Finally, they made a short stop and ignited a small fire on which they put a derivative. One of the girls was to cook dinner. The sorceress handed over a bug. She then added that she could not understand why the young man agreed to such a request. After all, in her opinion, Hayato left a peaceful life and again stepped into the dark depths of the dungeon. Gayato replied with a smile that he could not help. The man promised to find the healing elixir. And Gayato added that the girl must understand. It is this elixir that is the real treasure of this dungeon. The team cooperated with Chris. She was not aware of the depth of the situation, because if everything was so serious, they would not have appeared here for no reason. However, Hayato assured that they did not have another choice. The magician noted that they need to look for real antidote. Gayato added that Olegol always takes care of his country, so such a ruler is dangerous for all treacherous people and enemies. Hayato added that he would not be able to forgive herself unless she gets an elixir for whom they went on this trip. After that, the guy wondered if he was doing the right thing. They remained silent without answering. The sorceress successfully translated the conversation to another topic. She wondered what happened to her husband from Hayato. The young man suggested that it was about Isekai'D. Hayato made a sip and explained that they did not communicate for a long time because he was here in the dungeon and Isekai'D remained in the city. As far as he knew, Izuki was engaged in alchemy. After that, the girl glanced at a small purse and wondered whether these ingredients were intended for Izuki. Hayato confirmed that yes, because he carefully collected them in the dungeon precisely to give them to remember their adventures. The sorceress again stressed that Gayato was going to raise the victim, hiding her in a magic bag. She was convinced that such a wonderful gift would be a great pleasure in Izuki. Gato replied that Izuki is a really wonderful person, and he is glad to have such a friend. The magician thoughtfully said, Gato is not at all like that guy from the city. Suddenly, a little girl ran up to them and firmly clung to the sorcerer. She exclaimed that it was too little, and begged to give her. The girl complained that there were very few soup, and she asked at least a little more. The magician answered sharply that she did not clung to his leg, because it is too difficult for her. The team's doctor suddenly intervened in their dispute, warning the girls not to raise their voice. She recalled that extra noise can wake up a monster that is already scratching these dungeons, so they had to behave as quietly as possible. The magician stops Emily with a gesture, urging her to behave quieter. Gayato instantly undertakes to reassure girls, gently convincing them not to worry. After that, he addresses Chris with a caring question about her well-being. Chris replied that Emily had a spell on her from which she became much easier for her. Hayato noted that if so, they should immediately go in search of the treasure in order to help her to finally recover as soon as possible. The man apologized for visiting Yutsuki's house so late. He explained that his hostess strongly wanted to meet the boy as soon as possible. Yutsuki was genuinely surprised to see Olegol. The man apologized and immediately corrected Izuki, noting that Oleg is the owner of this city and the country, so it should be treated with proper respect. Itsuki, with surprise, invited guests to enter his home. Wendy, meanwhile, quickly brewed tea, and everyone settled in the living room. Izuki bowed his head low, holding back silence. He began to become awkward, apologizing to Olegol for the inconvenient incident that happened between them earlier. Remembering that moment, Izuki only laughed nervously. Olegol smiled widely in response and waved her hand carelessly. She reassured Izuki that there was no reason to worry. He was far from the first to consider Olegala the name of her grandfather. The girl also noted that everyone considers her too young for the position she occupies. In addition, she noted that the guy in her not-too-decent thoughts had already had a whole bunch of things, and it seemed fun for her. Itsuki turned away, realizing that he got into a real mess. Allegol confessed that she is also semi-blood and capable of reading the thoughts of others. However, she was not going to condemn the Itsuki, because it is absolutely natural for his age. The man bowed his head respectfully and noted that the lady completely forgot to introduce him. The girl immediately apologized and, pointing to him, explained that she was her personal butterfly catfish. Oleg also noted that the council is incredibly met to get acquainted with Itsuku in such an atmosphere. The girl turned to him, calling her brother, which again forced the boy to get angry. Overlooking a huge estate, Somalia suggested that this gorgeous dwelling was given by his brother. In response, the guy explained that this house was a gift from Darwin. Allegol was surprised, and then immediately asked how this guy lives here. In response, His gate was told that the house is quite spacious, has a room for alchemy, and a gorgeous bath. That is why Izuki believed that he lives here quite well. Olegol noted that I was glad to find out about the bathroom, and the girl added that she would use her some other time. Here, with a happy smile, she said that a boil made of cypress, a real paradise for velvet leather. Subsequently, the guy exclaimed that there are many other baths in the estate. Olegol suddenly coughed, which surprised the boy. She hastily covered her face with her hand. Selma, anxious, leaning into her mistress instantly. The girl assured everyone that it is not necessary to worry. Everything is fine. Suki turned to Wendy and noted that Olegol does not look too good. The guy asked Wendy to give him a small bottle. The girl humbly nodded and quietly replied that she would do everything immediately. In a few minutes, Wendy appeared in the living room again, carrying a small tray. It stood a small bottle on it. It was the Wendy that caused the catfish. Wendy said that it is a medicine created by concentrating and combining various healing elixirs, so nothing to be afraid. She advised everyone boldly to drink them. For the common good, it will be the best. Ovgol asked Kapla with doubt to make sure that it really is. The girl, holding the medicine in her hand, sighed and said that a young man would not be too expensive. In response, she assured that it is not necessary to worry about it. Oleg completely opened the lid and drank the medicine, but then she looked extremely upset, as if something had fallen against her. She immediately wondered how Olegol felt. Lady replied that she was much better and thanked the young man for his help. Oleg immediately noted that the elixir prepared by Itsuki has great power. Hearing such praise, the guy with Wendy immediately blossomed with smiles. After that, Izuki made a few sips of tea and wondered what brought the guest. In particular, what was the appearance of the Olegole. The girl, mentioning this topic, explained that she came with a proposal of cooperation. Oleg also suggested that Ezekiel try to make a variety of panacea for the Red Cross community that could be useful for everyone. Suksi was instantly straying. He always sought a peaceful, carefree life. Olegol noted that she was able to carefully read the reports of alchemists and other specialists. It convinced her. Everyone who works in the pharmaceutical sphere conceals a real gold vein. That is why she was well aware of who she was agreeing with. She was well aware that this guy still made some arrangement, but it was not stopped by Olegol. When it comes to useful work, it acts selflessly and loyalty. The girl also noted that she appreciates Izuki's kindness and his willingness to help others. It is this trait that, in her opinion, makes the guy a great partner for common things. Moreover, she is convinced that he can read it like a book. After that, she crossed her feet, said in a powerful tone, and stated that it was because of this that she wanted to get the consent of Itsuki immediately, without unnecessary reflection on her proposal. In response, he laughed again. The young man sincerely thanked Olegol for his proposal, and so to speak, for his trust. Olegol noted that she could not say that she did something really significant, so the boy should not worry about it or thank her again. The girl suddenly broke to her feet, and her voice changed sharply. She added that it is here that causes too many external troubles, which eventually influence it. He replied that he did not consider himself guilty of this situation. Oleg nodded. She understood everything, but emphasized, this guy has to do with all the troubles, and because of this, everything is complicated. The man apologized to the guy, trying to explain the situation. He added that he did not want to disturb Mr. Ichik once again. The Bogretsky also sought to smooth the conflict so that his lady would not take care of this inconvenient situation. The catfish assured that he would make every effort to make his plan, and promised to deal with this business. At this time, Alagal, turning to the Noiretsky, sharply asked him not to interfere where his help was not needed. The girl did not have time to agree and reproach her butter, as she twisted a new cough attack. She leaned forward again, squeezing the air, and the butterfly, with anxiety on her face, rushed to her, ready to support her lady. Siki wondered again if everything was fine with the girl. Olegol explained with apology that it is not good lately, so they will have to say goodbye to today. Selma and Olegol took their seats in the carriage and went towards the palace. Wendy stayed next to Suki and turned to the boy, wondering if everything would be fine. The boy rested a little, and then confessed that he had not stopped worrying. Suddenly the girls appeared on the doorstep of the house. The variety exclaimed that they finally got. For Yutsuki and Wendy, it was a real surprise. Rang, glowing with happiness, sincerely congratulated everyone with his return home. Izuki wondered how all was over. The variety, passing the purse, confessed that the hunt seemed like a real test. Reng added that they really had to work well. The variety again began to sway, confidently stating that for him, such a beast is a trifle. But suddenly the bag dissolved, and a rabbit jumped out of it. The rabbit rushed to Wendy, clung to her leg, and shook at horror. Here, immediately sat down and began to boil the furry loudly. Wendy felt extremely awkward at that moment. The rabbit still trembled, and small tears gathered in the eyes. Suddenly, someone carefully lifted him. It was Shiro. She quickly turned the rabbit to where he had to be. Oligol returned home and immediately went to her room. Tired, the girl fell on the bed and the butt politely accompanied her. She sincerely apologized to the catfish for her behavior. The man assured that everything is fine, and the Oligol can rest in peace. After that, he leaving the corridor slowly, quietly closing the door behind him. At this point he was heard after someone's exclamation. He wondered what happened to the master. It seemed that everything remained unchanged for him. But the catfish restrained Volcas, noting that the girl needed peace. Vaka noted that Hayato had not coped with this task. It was difficult for him to believe that they did not have any other option. The catfish noted that this poison, or more precisely, a curse, cannot be simply cured. Volca added that they need to find at least some remedy that will at least a little facilitating the condition of the lady. Guki sat in his workshop, plunging into reflection. Even the worst drugs were powerless against Oligola's disease. The young man never realized what the Oligola is so much exhausted. The guy opened a small box in which he kept his experimental creation. Looking at Panacea, he thought it was time to try it together.